Hello. Well, hello. What it do? Let me get my ducks in a row here. Twitch chat. Where's that Twitch chat? Dare it be. Dare it be. Throw that over there. Throw you guys up here. Move this around here. Move this here. And we're chilling. There we go. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's going on, guys? What's going on? Welcome. Welcome. Lights, camera, action. That's right. We're doing it live. We're doing it live. So streams are at 5 p.m. now? No, not necessarily. I've moved 2 time zones. I'm probably going to have to talk about this like every... probably have to talk about this like every single stream for like probably a month. Yeah, I moved 2 time zones. So I am like... I'm still... Yeah. I was on Pacific time before. Now I'm on Central time. And instead of me just like changing the schedule entirely, I figured just streaming at 4 o'clock like I normally do in a different time zone would still be good. Because I know there's like a lot of European folk that had a really hard time. And they and by just moving stream a couple of hours forward or backward or whatever makes it a lot easier for other folks. So first time catching you live, but I have to go to sleep. Good night. Well, good night. Uh, 23:32 in Denmark. Perfect. Well, there you go. Yeah, I kept the same starting times for myself, but for everybody else, it's 2 hours earlier, depending on where you're at, right? If you're on Pacific time, it'd be 2 hours later or something. I don't even know. My conception of time is not necessarily the best. Twitch title is misspelled. Lol. What is the Twitch? I don't even know what the title is. I need to change this anyway. I didn't even change the Twitch title to match the one that's on YouTube. Let me do that right quick. Where it be? Where it be? Where it be? Right here. Grab this. Go in here and bam. Who needs to spell anyway? Who cares if who cares? Who cares? Who cares about spelling? Nobody even cares anymore. Nobody even spells anymore. Everything just autocorrects everything. When was the last time you wrote something? Carpet looks comfy. It's actually like really plush. It's actually kind of wild. Are you allowed to have Twitch chat and YouTube together? I don't know. I don't really fucking care. What are they going to do? Ban me? YouTube doesn't care. I know that for a fact. That's the one. That's the only one that actually matters to me at the very least. Just Australia is losing? Not necessarily, because the stream's just going to go right back to, the stream's going to be like, streams are usually like 6+ hours. So like people are still going to catch it across all kinds of different timelines. So I don't really think it matters that much. What up, Unc? Glad the move was good. Thank you, man. Me too. Me too. I'm finally starting-ish to settle in a little bit. Not too much. It's still taking a little bit. You on the West Coast now? No, I got off the West Coast. It's taking a little while to kind of like, get sorted out and get a routine back together and stuff like that and whatnot. It's a little bit different, but yeah. Is that Obsidian playthrough in your last video? Is that Obsidian playthrough in your last video? I don't know what you mean by that. Love watching your content being true and real, and I'm sad that we live in a time where the only trusted media source is some random guy on YouTube. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that, Eagle. I appreciate it. I don't really know what to say. It's odd times that we live in, and even more odd of times is some of the stuff we're gonna end up talking about today is just like there's certain things that end up happening in the games industry, and I'm not trying to do anything crazy. I'm not trying to be some, what is it called when you're an accelerationist or anything like that. And I'm not somebody that's necessarily like just trying to hunt for the hottest and like baddest news in the games industry. In a lot of cases, I just report on the things that I see and give my take on what's going on. But in a lot of cases, when I go to talk and I start talking about things that I'm like, things that I think are going to happen, just because it's not because of me being just a doomer about the games industry. It's just me watching the games industry slowly adopt other. It's me watching the games industry slowly adapt other business models from other entertainment industries, right? And I think that sensationalist, yeah, it's not being like sensationalist or alarmist for the sake of doing it. In a lot of cases, I'm just like, bro, I've already seen this happen to other industries. I've already seen this kind of thing happen to other studios. That's exactly what's probably going to end up happening here unless we somehow course correct in one way or another. But, man, I'm going to be real with you guys. Like, I lately, seeing a lot of the stuff that's been going on, it kind of makes me weirdly feel like defeated in a way. Not really, because it's like we have an escape option, right? Like, there's AA, there's indie, there's independent. There's always going to be other options. But when I look at, like, just AAA as a group, as a monolith, their trajectory and the way they're headed is just like, you guys suck. They suck so bad. It's so bad. And while like I don't know why, but for whatever reason, my mind tells me that like the video games are not like film. Video games are not like music or books or anything like that, where it's just like the aggressive direction that these guys are taking with monetization, with ownership, with the quality of their games, where like mass market consumerism can continue to support some of these other industries. In the case of the video game industry, I don't think it's there in the way that these guys think that it is. So they keep doing this stuff that is just like so anti-consumer and so garbage, while also pumping out a bunch of like garbage content to begin with. And I feel at one point in time, there's going to be a tipping point where these guys are going to basically fuck around and find out. And the find out stage is just going to be a lot of these dudes going out of business, because it's just going to be like, dude, like, what did you guys think was actually going to happen here? EA charging $150 for EA FC 27. Well, I mean, that's for like a collector's edition, whatever it is, right? I don't think that's for the standard edition. I still play Destiny 2 and having a good time. I've been popping back and forth with it a little bit. I've been so addicted to Palworld, dude. It's not even crazy. Like, I don't think I'm going to come up out of this game until I feel like I've beaten it. Like, I really don't. Like, I've just been kind of stuck to it. There's been a bunch of other stuff that's like, things that are coming out or things that are going on. And I'm like, oh, I should play this. Oh, I should check this out or whatever. But like, I've been so absorbed into Palworld that I just don't want to stop. I just don't want to stop. Are the orbs back? I don't know what the orbs are. Do you like that you guys now actually have effectively a kitten cam or a cat cam? The kitten's not going to come down here just because he's not familiar with the territory yet, but you now have a cat cam, as you can see the cat sleeping right here. I built him a cat tree down here so he can hang out. Palworld is too good. It is too good, man. It's actually kind of crazy because it's like, I feel like I've put so many hours into that game and I've already done so much. And then you continue to look at like all the other crafting recipes and things like that that are still on the list. And I'm like, dude, Jesus Christ. And then like, I just the other day went like just pointed my camera in a direction and just kept running and just doing stuff. And I ended up winding up on the like Fae break or whatever. Like, I'm like level 60 or something, so I have a little bit more freedom to kind of go wherever I want to at the moment. I still haven't finished all the towers and beat all the bosses yet, but I I stumbled upon Jet Dragon, the like legendary one, whatever, and I ended up I wish I would have gotten it on camera while I was recording, but I hit it with like one ultra ball or like ultra whatever it is, or I can't remember. It was not like a high grade sphere, but I ended up capturing it while it had like barely any damage. It like one shot the first creature I threw in front of it, and I was like, oh shit, and I just threw a ball and I caught it. I was like, oh, awesome. It's kind of cool that the ones that are higher than your level actually just scale down to your level and you can continue to use them. I appreciate that. Ancient Sphere, but Faebreak is Exotic Sphere. I think it's Faebreak. It's the Sky Island or whatever it was. I was hunting for creatures and like looking stuff up online, trying to find stuff that I wanted to like breed other creatures with to try to get a better team. I now do have a better team just by running around and doing exploration and stuff like that. Soul Sphere? No, I didn't use the Soul Sphere. I didn't use the Ancient Sphere. I didn't even use the Legendary Sphere. I used the one underneath that, the pink one. Because that's all I had on me. I mean, I collected some of the Soul and Ancient Spheres while I was up there, just like, you know, opening chests and stuff like that, but yeah. Streamer loot, essentially, yeah. Wild Legendary Sphere, it's like a 1 to 2% chance. Yeah, that's what it said. Imagine my surprise when it happened. I was sitting there, I was just like, no, fuck. When it did like the first jiggle, and I was like, no shit. And then it did the second jiggle, and I was like, what? Okay, sure. Why not? I'll take it. I'm on 850 hours now on 2 servers with friends. Co-op makes this game feel alive. Yeah, I still need to do like a co-op run and play it that way as well. Always appreciate the straightforward, awesome videos, bro. Hope the new place and studio is going great. Thanks for the tight content and keep it rolling. Thank you for the 5 limit breaker. Appreciate that. Yeah, I mean the move went well. The new studio I think sounds pretty. I like more or less. The lighting has been really nice because I have full lighting control because I don't have any like actual light that's coming from anywhere. There's like a small window above where my office is, but I put like a blackout curtain over it, but like sound control has been really good down here. I don't have any like, the only echo is just the reverb of the microphone, which is really nice to be able to have. Hi, first time catching you live. Greetings from the Czech Republic. Wow, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by. Welcome to the stream. Who else thinks modern Pokemon fans share one brain cell? I did not know how that video was going to do. I did not know how that video was going to do. Because I was like, it was just me straight up drama farming just because of the fact that I was all like twisted up over stupid ass people that I was seeing online. I also lost a lot of money. I didn't realize it. I didn't really think anything about it. In a lot of cases, I'm like talking off the rip in my videos, right? So I didn't realize that just by simply saying the word retard, I lost a lot of money on that video. YouTube was like, no! No! And I was like, what? Are you serious? Like, chill, retard. It's so stupid. You went for the throat every second, and I love it. Yeah, I mean, well, like, that's kind of the thing is just like, I don't know, man. You see a lot of people that are saying some wild shit online, and it's just like, it gets really frustrating where it's like I understand it's just the nature of the internet where there's just a lot of people that are just completely disconnected from reality and they just do not want to associate with reality whatsoever. And they just create this fictional world that they live in and they try to share that as like their truth on the internet. And like what sucks about that is it's like, okay, yeah, crazy people exist. Everybody knows that. But the problem is with the internet is like there's so many like echo chambers of conversation and fandoms and stuff like that where you're going to constantly be seeing people that are just going to circulate the same logic and speak it as truth. And when you're talking about one of the biggest video game franchises of all time, Pokemon, a lot of that stuff somehow ends up finding traction. And it's just like, this isn't even real. Like, I'm sorry, man, but if you're like an actual Pokemon fan, you should be cheering for Palworld, not trying to burn it to the ground. That's probably the one thing that like frustrates me the most is because like I grew up with this shit, right? Like I have, like, look at this. I have these badges, these Pokemon badges from the Pokemon League back when I was a kid and I was playing at the card shops. These are the official ones that are made by, I think it literally says on the back. I don't know if you guys can see this or not. It says on the back, this is made by Wizards of the Coast. 1998. 1998 Wizards of the Coast. I was a little kid going into card shops and comic shops and playing in Pokemon tournaments so that I could try to make my way into the like the regional tournament that they had for the area. And like I was in on that stuff, man. It was my whole thing. And it's just like, it's really sad to see that like one of the series that I grew up with that honestly made up a large part of my childhood eventually just grew into something that's just farming people. It's farming the masses. They're putting in the least amount of effort, just farming slop, serving slop, and getting more money than they ever have year over year as they continue to shovel these games out. And it's so bad. It's so bad. And like, while I don't think that Palworld is like this, mystifying, insanely high fidelity, crazy experience that's like so next level. No, the funny thing is that I actually think it's the opposite. I think that it's a very amateur made game. It has some really cool systems and stuff like that they've done, some really cool things that they've made and created inside of Palworld, and the overall experience of playing the game is really good. But like, this is a very amateur game. Like, it's obviously not their first game, but many of their games are just like baby's first open world Unreal Engine game, right? They don't have a lot of experience. Hell, some of their guys haven't even made a game in the past, right? But now you look and like they have probably made, I saw this. We'll look at this first, actually. So I saw this. This is Palworld passed 40 million players. This actually happened 2 weeks ago. So this happened before the game went to 1.0. Is that Weeaboo Jones? Thank you for the Prime.
Hi everyone. Palworld was revealed to the world in 2021, and it's incredible to think that Palworld 1.0 is right around the corner. We have been blown away by all the support we've received over the last few years, and I'm really excited to announce that Palworld has now passed 40 million players worldwide. Now,
understand the context of this, okay? So like Palworld released in its first month. The game had reached 25 million players across the world. Okay? 25 million players. Now, I'm not a huge fan of that metric, right? You guys already know that. I don't want to hear about players. I want to hear about sales. But they also had revealed at that time that it wasn't just 25 million players. No, it was 25 million players and Steam with 15 million copies sold in the first month that Palworld released. That was when it went into early access. 15 million copies sold in 1 month. Absolutely just brain-melting numbers. And while these guys have had this game on Game Pass, right, that's going to contribute to some of it, most of their success has been coming from sales on Steam. And well, I'll show you a little bit more of this in a minute.
Now, I have a question for you. When did you last play Palworld? Last week? Last month? Last year? Perhaps you haven't played since the early access release back in January 2024. Well, a lot has changed since then. So today...
Dude, I am one of those people that did not play the game a single time after the early access release. And it wasn't necessarily because No, you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. While I cheered the game on and its success early on, I was happy with what it already was. And I wasn't really sure that these guys, one, because of the Nintendo lawsuit, and two, just because of their inexperience, I didn't know if they were actually going to make it to the finish line. So while I saw the updates happening in the background year over year, I just really didn't go back to it because I was kind of afraid that I was going to be disappointed. So I more or less just really enjoyed the first time that I played the game. Felt like I got my money out of it because I only paid like $20 or $25 for it. And I just kind of waited to see if they'd ever actually reach 1.0, and if they did, I'd come back and play the game. And sure enough, they did. And it's really impressive to look back and see like, it's really impressive to look back and see how much work these guys have put into the game and just how far they've stretched the game. It's not even just as simple as like, oh, here are the updates that they've made, but like all of the different like crossovers they've had, right? Because like they've had the Terraria crossover, which I didn't realize that the Terraria crossover had so much, like, there's a lot of Terraria stuff in this game. Like, I didn't realize that there's a Terraria dungeon. I haven't even done that yet. I don't even know where that even is at this point. Maybe that's actually on, I don't know where it is. Currently, I'll tell you where I'm at in the game. I just got to Sakurajima, and I'm, like, kind of going through that right now. I still think I have to make the changeover process over to like crude oil and stuff like that. I think I'm on Pal Metal at the moment or something. I'm not at Plasteel or whatever that is. But yeah, it's a level 30 or 40 dungeon. Yeah, I haven't even done that. And also, I'm pretty sure, isn't the Terrorblade in this game as well? Which is like the sword from Terraria. The one that you have to like basically, I think you have to craft it with like every sword in the game, or at least every like main sword in all of Terraria. Sakurajima has some of the best quality of life pals for breeding. Yeah, I'm getting into some of that stuff now. Almost mid-game. Yeah, it's crazy how much stuff there is. It's near the Fisherman's Village. I don't even know where that is. I'm going to be real with you. When I play this game, I literally just like... Does anybody else just disassociate? I just run around capturing pals, making sure to get like the 5 out of 5 for everything, go back to my base, smelt a bunch of stuff, put more stuff into production, upgrade what I can, and then go out and do it again. Brain off, pal mine. Yeah, it's exactly how I play the entire game. My brain is off the entire time. I have time, I don't even know what I'm even doing. I'm just like, I'm going to do this dungeon now. I'm not even like completing all the dungeons in an area or anything like that. I'm just going, place by place and just picking up stuff as I go. South of the Volcano Island. Okay, I'll have to check that out.
I'm going to give you a crash course in all the major additions and changes to Palworld over the last 2 years. As a quick reminder, Palworld launched into early access on January 19, 2024. The game launched with the main archipelago, 137 pals, and a level cap of 50.
It's actually insane how much content they already had in Palworld on release. And I think that's like one of the reasons why the game did so well. It's also one of the reasons why the game is continuing to still do well right now, right? Like, even still today, it's still averaging over 739,000 players. Like, brother, you don't want to know. I can tell you guys why. Do you want to know why this number stays so high? It's because there's so much content in the game. It's so much content, which means that like people are just going to continue to play. Most people aren't going to beat this game for a couple of months. It's going to take a while for these guys to be able to finish this. Like, it's going to take a while for me to be able to finish it. And I play games professionally at this point, right? That doesn't mean I'm good at them. I'm just play them professionally. But there's that. And then also at the same time, one of the reasons why their 24-hour peaks stay up so high is because people don't get off. A lot of people leave their games running so that they can farm extra materials. And it's also really funny that I've realized this, but because I've left my game on a couple of times for that reason, where I'm like just trying to, get these guys to get a bunch of ore or, coal or, quartz or whatever else. And while it makes a dent, it doesn't make nearly as much as you think. So like, even if you left your game on like all the time, like while it would propel you forward, it's not propelling you as much forward as I think some people would. And there's also then the danger of you potentially leaving your stuff and then finding out that, something goes wrong, something runs out, somebody eats something too much or gets sick. And then the next thing you know, basically every single pal in your entire camp is either dead or almost dying, right? But yeah. It's great for oil because it goes slow. Yeah, I figure it probably does. It's just so crazy, dude. I don't think you guys realize how like every single AAA company in the games industry would murder for this game's numbers. They would murder for this game's numbers. And I think that so I had seen this. Let me see if I can find this really quick. I have to open a different one for it. So, Alinea Analytics had actually made a post about this just recently. And let me see if I can find it real quick. Reese Elliott. No, this is a different one. That's something else entirely that I'm going to fucking crashing out over. I already know. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I'm keeping it down for now. Keeping it down for now. Here it is right here. Palworld has sold over 30 million copies, generating $700 million. Alinea Analytics estimates. The funny thing is that I had people that were telling me that I was lying when I said that I thought that this game was likely already over 30 million. What did I say? So when did he post this? This is the first estimate that we've seen recently. So this is July 21st. That's July 21st. I made this video on the 14th. Be this popular, they thought, is that this game, since it's a tag group of developers and one guy from a gas station that have somehow... This is like my fifth take. I've really been trying to hold it together. It's right here, so please bear with me. Palworld has absolutely decimated the games industry. We have a ragtag group of developers and one guy from a gas station that have somehow drugged this game over the finish line, reaching over 800,000 concurrent players on Steam. And this is actually before it ended up hitting over 800, or no, over 900. These guys have probably sold like, I don't know, probably like over 30 million copies by now, and you have... It's really nice. It's really like the one thing that I probably worry about the most is like a content creator in general is that like my estimations may not be right. And I'm really afraid of not being accurate. I am. I'm like genuinely terrified of not being accurate because I know that like a lot of people will take my word at face value. And the last thing that I would ever want to do is mislead people. It's really nice to find out that in a lot of cases, most of my estimations are basically right on the money. It's very relieving to hear that most of my estimates are right on the money. Like I'm like, oh God, thank God. Because it just makes a lot of sense. If the game sold 15 million copies in its first year, if you think about the games that Palworld has, basically all the company that Palworld shares, all the company that Palworld shares its success with. So if you think of Steam's top performing games, the games that have hit the highest peak, the best way you can think of it is you look at, what is it? What games hold the highest concurrent peaks all time on Steam? So if you look at the games that it's sharing, it's sharing its company with, let's do actually, make it top 10. Almost to 500k subs. Hell yeah. Yeah, we're good. We'll hit it soon enough. Top 10 Steam concurrent player counts. PUBG, which hit 3.2 million players on Steam, which is just crazy. But this game sold 75 million copies. Because it used to be a premium game. Black Myth Wukong, this game sold like some absurd amount of copies in its first month. I can't remember. I think it was like 15 or 12 million in its first like couple weeks or something crazy like that. This game went on to sell like 20 plus million copies. Palworld's right under it. Monster Hunter Wilds sold like 15 million or 20 million, but it's probably increased since then. But when I see like Cyberpunk, this sold 40 million. Elden Ring sold 40 million. Actually, I think Monster Hunter Wilds sold 30. So, like, chances are, if it's sharing company with these games, right, outside of fucking Banana, Jesus Christ, the fact that Steam let that bot game just stay on there is just crazy to me, but whatever. But when you're looking at, like, 75 million, Black Myth Wukong sold, I think, like 30 million or 40 million. Most of these games are 30, 40 million copies. Yeah, Palworld should be sitting somewhere between there, and that's basically how I came up with that number. But it looks like that's exactly what it is. It says, obviously, that makes Palworld one of gaming's biggest new IPs ever. And about 86% of those copies were sold via Steam. So if you think about that, if 86% of those copies were sold via Steam, that 40 million player count, honestly, there's probably a really good chance that they're estimating low, that it's probably over 30 million copies sold by this time. I wouldn't doubt it, especially with its continued success. I could easily see this game being over 30. It could be like 35 million or something like that. I've talked to some people over at Pocket Pair. They do plan on saying something at one point. They're thinking about it at the very least. I told them, I'm like, I don't think you guys understand that, like, when you go out and you give these guys these numbers, it just kind of adds fuel to the fire and more people start playing. People really like to play something that's successful. It makes it look like it's more trustworthy. That's what it is. You know, a lot of people get all busted up over this. I had seen a comment about this. I don't know if I can find it real quick. But I had seen a comment. Actually, it should be probably right around here. Yeah, right here, actually. As people spam Palworld's live player count, I ask again, why any of us care? There are likely 15 million people playing Roblox right now. Nobody seems to care about that. It's just to argue online. I kind of wish, or sorry. It's just to argue online. I kind of wish none of us ever knew that metric. Motherfucker, you make Nintendo content. You don't care about that number. You're a Nintendo-based content creator. All you ever do is talk about Nintendo games and the Switch 2. What do you care about Steam charts? Nothing. Other than the fact that you see games that are more successful or could be more successful than anything on Nintendo. What are you talking about? I love how there's people that are completely disconnected from Steam platform or from PC gaming entirely that want to try to dictate the idea that everybody else needs to follow the rules that they want to put down. Oh, we shouldn't have that kind of transparency. I'm sorry I haven't been locked into the cuck cage that is Nintendo, but I would rather have transparency and freedom when it comes to what I'm buying. So stupid. But that's a different story. that's a completely different topic. The thing that I'm trying to point out with this, though, is that when people talk negatively about Steam charts, I need to do a video about Steam charts at one point in time, because like they've become so popular to use for like every conversation, and they've kind of dominated the games industry over the last while. And I don't think like a lot of people understand like why people have become obsessed with Steam charts. And I largely think it just comes down to trust. It's because I think that people just flat out do not trust the games industry. They don't trust a lot of these companies. They don't trust anybody anymore for that matter. So when you can see hard data in front of you, it gives you something to trust. And in an industry where we have more and more games that are service-based games, it makes a lot of sense why people would be more interested in how successful these games are, because they're likely afraid that the money that they're going to spend is going to be wasted. What is the best way for me to find out whether a game is actually worthwhile? And Roblox isn't a part of this, because like they'll use that argument. They'll say, oh, well, there's 15 million people playing Roblox. Doesn't that make it the best game ever? No, shut the fuck up. It's a free-to-play game on mobile and on every console and everything else. And it's also just that's besides the point. I'm talking about a game that had hit nearly 1 million concurrent players for the second time. And that's money that people spent. There was that many people that bought money for this thing and then continued to play it all at the exact same time. And when I see something like that, that makes me go, that must be pretty good. I should be able to trust what this is. There's enough people that bought it and enough people that are playing it that it should be worth having. It should be worth playing. At least that's how my mind works. It's the same thing that, like, I operate in a similar sense to Steam reviews, right? If I hop on and I see a game is overwhelmingly, if I hop on Steam and I see a game is overwhelmingly negative, I'm not buying it. I go with the mob rule. Why would I waste my money on something that there are enough people that are seemingly invested to the point that they would try to burn the game to the ground with negative reviews? Even if it's something that happened years later, some weird change that they made, some way that they turned the knife on their players or betrayed their loyalty in some way. Why would I want to give that company money? Why would I want to take the gamble that I might be the player that's not affected by this or doesn't care? Doesn't make any sense. What is this here? Let me make sure I didn't miss any other super chats other than just these two. Oh no, I have missed super chats. I'm so sorry. Elegante Ego, thank you for the $10. Yo, Drops, have you tried the have you seen any emulation devices such as the ANY Thor and ANY Online 2? They're Android devices that are lightweight that let you play Steam games. And even up to Switch 1. No, I've not seen that, but I have been getting a little bit more interested in some of the handheld stuff, so I might be doing that pretty soon here. Rambling, thank you for the $5. Appreciate that. PSN being down at the same month that they were announcing physical games is beautiful. Also hilarious that people thought Xbox was keeping physical. I mean, I don't know who would have. They're a company that quite literally has a video game subscription service. Why would you ever think that Xbox was going to keep physical? It's fucking stupid. But no, it's funny. We're going to get to that a little bit later. Guardian. I can't see the rest of the name. Guardian Dark. That's what you're going to be. 5. Thank you for the 5. I appreciate the heck out of the fact that you are unapologetic and extremely nuanced. You might not agree, but you are better than Moist in my opinion. I mean, but Moist Critical doesn't even really cover a lot of the same things that I do, and he has a completely different lane and a completely different type of audience and whatnot. Like, people come to watch somebody like me just because they want somebody that's probably going to be like relatively autistic about the level that they go into, like discussing a lot of these topics. And like, if you notice, like nearly every video, I can't just talk about the thing that happened. I can't do it. I physically cannot. I recoil at the idea of doing it. I'm like, okay, we're going to talk about the thing that happened, but before that, I need to give you all of the context that led up to this so that you understand exactly where my perspective and where my opinion is coming from, so I can root that in, something that we know. Right? Like, that's just how my brain operates. I'm not somebody that's just like, oh, just as simple as like we just talked about it a minute ago. I'm like, I think Palworld sold 30 million copies. Okay, here's why. Let me tell you why I think it did it. But I'm also somebody that cares about like probably as much like finer details and smaller details. Moist is kind of the guy that's just like, it's I don't know, milquetoast opinion. It's just like he's the everyman's man, I guess. He just kind of talks about I don't know. I don't really I like Charlie. But he's not the kind of guy that I would go to for like highly detailed information. It's just like reactional content, right? More than anything else. What if Bungie made their own version of Titanfall instead of Marathon? Bender, thank you for the 10. Okay. I personally think that they would have done a much better going down that road instead of a niche extraction shooter. No. The only thing that Bungie needed to do is continue to make a better. They just needed to make. It didn't even have to be Destiny 3. They just needed to make another live service, story-based looter shooter. That's all they needed to do. They outstretched. They went far. They went somewhere they didn't need to go. They trend chased. The people that quite literally set the trend for the industry started trend chasing themselves. And as we have seen many, 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 many times before, that is something that almost always ends in failure. It's such a weird thing to see when you look at the games industry and you realize like how many of these guys that quite literally set the trend, right? Like for Destiny, I said this before, they didn't have a market competitor. There's nobody coming for your players. The only reason that they were leaving is because you weren't giving them anything worth staying for. The only reason you weren't attracting people is because you weren't making the experience inviting enough to bring those people in. It had nothing to do with the concept of an open world it has nothing to do with the concept of an MMO looter shooter. We already know that's the case because it was a fantastic game for years until they started ruining it. Beta Slays, thank you for the $10. Where can I buy my Palworld supporter pack? I don't think there's a Palworld supporter pack. I think the best thing that you can do to continue to support those guys is, one, continue to play their game. Buy it for other people if you want to. Buy their merch. Play their trading card game. I don't know. Support them any way you want. Black Guy, thank you for the 13 months. I kept a black viewer for 13 months. That's crazy. Oh, fuck me. The content and it's lackluster content and resigned content. Yeah, that's true. You rip off the bandage and cut through the meat and get down to the bone of the matter. Yeah, I mean, I think in a lot of cases that's usually what it is. You're safe now. You're officially diverse. It's official, guys. DEI drops right here in the building. This is a multicultural. It actually is a multicultural stream. It's so funny when I actually like look across and I see like all kinds of like the different denominations of like currency from like super chats or even just like the people that are talking in chat. They're like, hey from Germany, hey from France, hey from Czech Republic, hey from Australia, hey from Canada, hey from fucking I don't know Timbuktu. Like we all over the place out here. Bunch of angry gamers. Did you see the Halo 1 remake is mixed on Steam? No. Did somebody get me a give it. We do not have access keys right now. Might be able to get one, just not today or this week. Fuck, do I have to buy this fucking game? Am I really... Is it really... Am I gonna... Like, what's... I don't know anything about the Halo campaign Evolved. Oh! 69. Nice. What are they saying about it? Login failed. Cannot complete a single-player game because servers are overloaded. Let's go all digital, guys. Let's go all digital. Everything needs to go all digital. Don't worry. The servers, we'll never get rid of them. They'll never go down. Nothing will ever happen. Who needs ownership when you can trust us, consumer? Trust us. Unbelievable. Nothing gets nothing right at all. It would have been nice if if it ran well, but the optimization is curse word. 343 can kiss my nuts. Fucking based. This is helpful. This is helpful. Yes, the game just came out, but it shouldn't be a trend for your game to always come out severely broken with constant crashes, graphical shimmering effect, with the fast movement, and call me a boomer, but I miss when games were actually in a playable state when they need without patches needed. Oh, that one's helpful as well. Chief, follow me, Marines. All AI allies stuck and won't follow. Oh no. Cannot even play. Steam doesn't even match my Microsoft account, resulting in a failure to connect. What? I have to log into a Microsoft account to play a game that I buy on Steam? Yes, even on PlayStation. They try to do everything they possibly can. Like the one thing that probably pisses me off about this entire deal of these guys trying to push everything into online only is that like the whole reason that they want everything to be online only is because they trap you in their ecosystem and they get to extract as much from you as they possibly can. They can go after your, personal information, whatever your habits are, your tastes are, whatever it might be. Like, it's all they want. That's the reason why. And this would be such an easier sell if it wasn't for the fact that to be able to achieve those goals, they have to make the most abrasive user experience possible. Like, it's so ass backwards. Well, I need you to download the game on this other platform that you're going to play it on that other platform, but then I need you to log into our platform to be able to verify the files and connect to our servers. Well, that doesn't make any sense. I just bought it on another platform. Why do I need to connect to yours? Oh, it's for quality assurance and safety. Did you believe that? I hope you did. Pay for early access and you can't play the game. No shit. No shit. Let me catch this other super chat here. Why do you think Sony refuses to cancel Fair Games? Is doubling down on and is still doubling down on Horizon Hunter's Gathering? Doubt those games will do better than Marathon. Thank you for the 5. I Buttery Cheeks. I'm gonna tell you what. I actually think what it is. I think that Sony is invested in me, and they want those games to come out because they just like my videos. You can't even play it right now because the PSN is down. That's really funny. This is nutty. I mixed on the remake. I like it at the same time, but I just can't really recommend it, especially at its price point. I finished the legendary playthrough and have collected all of the collectibles. There's a lot of good things in it for me. A lot of stuff but a lot of the bad outweighs the good. Yeah, it's pretty normal. Recycled trash made with a recycled Halo Infinite assets with online only DRM, and it doesn't even have PvP. You're basically paying 80% for the original game. You're basically paying for 80% of the original game. I would actually argue that the original game, you're not even paying 80% of it. I feel like the multiplayer side of Halo actually had a lot more content to it than I think a lot of people believe it did. Though Forge didn't come until... Was Forge Halo 2 or 3? I think it was 3. Was it 3? Okay. Yeah, I think it was Halo 3. I'm almost positive it was. Do you think Fair Games will outperform X Defiant at least? No, absolutely not. X Defiant actually had a lot of hype behind it, and a lot of people really interested in it, and a lot of people cheering for that game. The only reason that it didn't catch on is because Ubisoft just wasn't there to actually catch the game when they shot it out the cannon. These guys, it was just bad. That was it. Like, the net code was fucking terrible, and they really didn't do anything to really differentiate it from other games. I don't think that it was necessarily a bad game through and through. I think it was just poorly handled is all. Struggling to reach 1 million with this type of hype is disappointing. Star Fox did better than this in a week. Based on what? We don't even know how many copies Starfield sold or Star Fox sold. I love how Nintendo fans come out and they're like, "Oh yeah, no, Star Fox sold 50 million copies in 1 minute." Mostly because I bought it and one of my friends did. Struggling to reach a number that almost no game has ever reached. Yeah, that's actually probably a better way to say it as well. That's a really good way to say it. Yeah, man, isn't it really disappointing that this game was unable to actually reach a number that only 5 games in history ever have? Pathetic. Actually pathetic. So stupid. So stupid. These people, I'm beyond myself. I really am. I'm beyond myself. I still like to look back at some of these. Is there any other ones? Be Nintendo, get mad, try to patent existing catching mechanics in the year 2026. get rejected and law-mogged by Pokemon fan game from 2013. Peak writing, I fear. What is this? A 2013 Pokemon fan game has been used A 2013 Pokemon fan game has been used to reject one of Nintendo's creature-catching patents. Oh my god, my brain. A 2013 Pokemon fan game has been used to reject one of Nintendo's creature-catching patent applications in Japan. Nintendo argued that the unofficial project shouldn't count because it infringed on Nintendo's copyright, but their argument was denied. That's too good, man. That's too good. Some goofy Pokemon fan game ends up basically blocking their own ability to patent something. I love to see it. I love to see it. A new report claims that PlayStation could be using social media bots to defend its decision to stop making physical game discs. According to Moore's Law is dead, AI was used to analyze accounts posting in support of PlayStation's digital-only future. The report says many of the accounts look suspicious with recent creation dates, AI-generated profile pictures, and very similar posting patterns. So this is just a straight-up bot account that's just reposting the same thing over and over again. Gaming Central, these two basically posted the exact same post, but just like made very small changes to the way that they made it. I've thought this is really weird, and I've been seeing more and more of this lately. I don't know if you guys have seen it as well, but there's been either articles that have been coming out recently from different journalists or different outlets. There was also a video from, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, Jason Schreier also made a video about it, talking about how, oh man, this is just the reality. These companies have been, they've already been trying to move towards digital because more and more people were adopting it anyway, and it lowers costs, and it does this, and it does that, and yada, yada, yada. I've seen, I wish I saved some of the articles that I'd seen, but there were a bunch of them that were talking about basically how everybody is bitching, like anybody that's bitching about physical games going away, it's your fault because you didn't buy enough of them. And it's just like, it's a really weird thing. It's a really weird thing. Because it's like, why do you care? Well, I understand like the realities of business, even if something's like 90-10 and there's like 10% of customers that still want to buy physical. Again, I'm going to lean on what I had said before. It is not our fault that these companies that have farmed us for years and have made insane profits year over year over year, that now find themselves in the place where they want to start cost cutting, and that cost cutting is directly coming from the options that are available to us. I could care less. You're talking about the companies that used to we're talking about the companies that used to simply sell us a $60 video game that have now gone to sell us a $70 video game plus DLC, plus microtransactions, plus early access, plus, live service models, plus 100,000 other things that they've been charging us for. All of it, by the way, not being real. None of it actually being any real product attached to it whatsoever anymore, because it's just a digital temporary file that we don't even have any sense of ownership over. Why do I care? Why do I need to feel bad for them? That's not my position as a customer. That's not what any of these it's not what a single one of these writers or any of these people's opinion on any of this should be. Maybe I'm just a psychopath that I just want to be that guy that is just just foaming at the mouth pro-consumer that I could give a shit if we drive these companies out of business. You're supposed to give me a service. I'm supposed to want to take from you as much as I possibly can. And that exchange should be equal. Because that's how business works. But that exchange stopped being equal a long time ago. So I could give a shit less that these guys are spending too much money on this stuff. That's not my problem. That's theirs. And I also don't really give a shit if there's only 10% of people that are buying physical. That's 10% of people that still need to be buying something, that still need access to something that they want. It's really fucking weird, man. It's really weird. Blake Rogers, thank you for the 10. The digital defending clowns are pretty quiet right now after PSN went down. You can't access your digital games, but you can on disc. Plus, new software update is garbage if you haven't seen it yet. So, here's the thing: there is no sense of ownership. There is no real ownership with physical. I recognize that, and I will make sure that people understand that. Just because you own a disc, current generation, we should clarify this. Current generation consoles, you don't own shit. Okay, you buy an Xbox Series X disc for a game. You buy one for the PlayStation 5. You don't own anything. You own a piece of plastic. But Sony still has the ability to make it where you cannot fire up that game. And there are very few games that you can actually just put into a console and just play immediately anymore. Most of them have like half of the game that you still have to download digitally. Most of them require a day one update. Most of them have some level of DRM that requires you to be able to put that game into your like PlayStation or Xbox or whatever it is and verify that you own it so that they don't think you're pirating it. There is no real sense of ownership, even with current physical today. The main thing that people need to fight for more than physical is digital rights ownership. We should own digital content. There needs to be a sense of ownership around digital products because if there isn't any, we are fucked, okay? Because the world is going to become more digital. Because that's just the way that things are going, and it's going to continue going down that route. And if we don't tackle this problem now, it's going to get so much worse down the road when you own less and less as more of your life and more of your worth and more of your investment is into the internet and is into digital products. It's something that's going to go beyond entertainment, and it's going to go into other industries as well. It's only going to take a little bit of time, and once it does, it's going to be a problem. And it needs to be handled right now. A separate point that's outside of ownership is just the ability for people to have options, for them to be able to have the ability to have something physically that they want. And I still think that they should have it. Even if it's just the symbol of ownership, I think that they deserve the symbol of ownership. Even if it's just for collecting, I think that they still deserve the ability to collect. And I don't give a shit that these companies are wasting money doing it. That's part of the cost of doing business. I saw this. This actually fits really well. Where is it at? Where's my boy at? I saw him say something recently. There he is, right here. Xbox Chief says Sony's decision to kill games. See, this is what I'm talking about right here. Ubisoft Chief says Sony's decision to kill game discs isn't going to be a big deal. So this is the publishing director of Larian Studios, Baldur's Gate 3. He says, I think our industry seriously underestimates the anchor that is resonance. Not just nostalgia, but a small core resonating energy that permeates throughout the broader markets. If you lose that flame, you lose the fire. Things aren't as simple as what looks optimistic on a profit and loss. So what he's saying here, and this is something that I think is like really, really important, is that like these companies have completely abandoned the idea of goodwill. They've completely abandoned the idea of taking a loss just to keep your customers happy and to give them something to hold on to. They don't care about it anymore. It is now ruthless. It's now ruthless profits over anything else, and they do not care what you think, how you feel, or anything of the sort. And they are also completely self-assured that you're not going to go anywhere because you're just going to buy it anyway. You're just going to continue to consume. What are you going to do? Cry on Twitter about it? Make a YouTube video? And then you're just going to buy it anyway. And in a lot of cases, they end up being right. They are right. And that's what most people are probably going to do. They're going to be upset about it, but does that mean these guys are just going to stop buying games? No. It's their hobby. It's something that they love to do. It's something they find joy in. It's something they find relaxing or entertaining or whatever it is, right? What they don't understand, though, is by removing goodwill, I think that you fundamentally destroy your future. Because all you're going to do is create an increasingly more hostile audience with every action you take. And I think that over time, what that looks like is declining sales and declining... No, it's not even that. I think it's already obvious because these guys have already been doing this kind of stuff for years. And I think how the first place that we saw all of this like show up first is like how heavy the backlash against games has gotten over the past couple of years. And I think this is probably the most obvious part. Why are people so angry today? Why are they praying for games to fail? Why do they want Bungie to go out of business? Or why do they want Marathon to fail? Why do they want 343 to get shut down? Why do they want, X or Y to happen? Why is it that the minute one of these games go up, their trailers are like disliked into oblivion and then nobody shows up to actually buy them or anything like that? Why? Because they're pissed. Because they're fucking mad. Because you've ruined their games, you've overcharged them, you've charged them constantly for everything that they, like every single thing that you can find in a video game anymore. And they're just sick of it. And you continue to take more and more away, and their level of tolerance is gone now. So anytime you take any action that moves just outside of what they like, they are going to flame you for it. And that eventually is going to mean, less sales. Period. You're just going to stop selling as many copies. And it's not going to be immediate, but it's just going to be fewer and fewer each year as these guys eventually start moving on to somebody else that they don't associate those negative feelings with. And that's why you're seeing a lot of the indie games do well. That's why you're seeing a lot of independent games do well. That's why you're seeing a lot of positivity around these guys, is because their names and their games don't represent you. They don't represent Sony. They don't represent Xbox, EA, Activision, or whoever else. And that's why when I look at something like getting rid of physical games, well, yes, I fully understand that, yeah, of course, digital games are overwhelmingly more popular than physical games nowadays. Most people are just buying digital. I understand that. But you are burning away goodwill when you get rid of something like that. And there's a really good chance that some of your most diehard and some of your most committed players and the people that defended you the most were a part of that physical crowd. And now you have ostracized them. Now they too are a part of the issue. And it's just going to make things worse and worse and worse. KJTB8. Thank you for the 30 Australian. Hey, man. Love the work and effort. Sometimes I worry about you having to swim in negativity all the time. So make sure you watch for your health moving forward. Hope to keep watching you for years, brother. I am completely fine. Swimming in negativity. I'm swimming in my own waters, man. I've talked about this before because some people are like, man, he doesn't talk about anything that's good. I mean, like, to be fair, nothing really, like, when there is something good, I just made 2 Palworld videos. Well, I'm talking shit in one of them, and then the other one I'm doing, I'm just celebrating the game's success and then, talking shit at the same time. I talk a lot of shit. I'm a critical guy. It's what I do. Like, I'm a prognosis person, right? Girlfriends always had a really hard time with me because I'm a solution-oriented guy. Okay? So the best way that I can explain this is that, like, you guys probably know this well enough. Sometimes when women are having a problem, there's an issue or whatever it is, they just want you to listen. I'm the guy that immediately something goes wrong and I'm like, okay, so these are our options. This is how we can fix it. And they'd immediately get fucking pissed. They're like, I just want you to listen. And my ass is like, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? You just want me to listen? I got shit to fix. I got shit to fix. What do you mean you don't want a solution? Yep, already knew what you were going to say. LD needs deaf mute girlfriend? No. No, you just have to get one that's down with your your flavor of weird, right? Guardian, thank you for the 10. Appreciate that. Louis Rossman collab win. For context, he's extremely consumer focused and in favor of stop killing games as well as right to repair advocate. I have watched Louis Rossman for fucking years, man. I love that dude. I absolutely love that dude. I love everything he does. He's fucking fantastic. I'd love to talk to him sometime. Brian in PNW. Thank you for the 10. Appreciate that. I have an Xbox Andy coworker that has been going hard on PlayStation users over the physical disc thing. Meanwhile, he spent $20,000 on Fortnite over the last 10 years. Some people really have first order thinkers. That's concerning. $20,000 on Fortnite? Imagine spending $20,000 on skins. What? Why? You're not even going to use them all. I only have one skin, and it's the only skin I would ever need in Fortnite. I think it's like the I think I got out of like the Street Fighter bundle. I think it was like the Sakura one from Street Fighter. I'm like, this is good enough. That's all it is. I think it was free. I think it was part of like the season pass thing or something like that. I don't remember what it was. Remember when Gilmoss said gamers should get used to not owning their games? Oh, I know. They've been waiting for that. LD, are you into comics? I was out of the medium for over a decade. The new Absolute Batman and Transformers got me back in hard. I love owning them too. Thank you for the 7. Appreciate that. It's really J. Cole. No, I used to like comics when I was a kid. I used to read them all the time, but that was like me reading like Spider-Man and X-Men. Not so much anymore. Maybe I should check out some. There's a lot of comic book shops around here. Not a lot of places for me to play Magic the Gathering, sadly. Sucks. I like playing Magic. I found a couple places, but I got to kind of travel quite a bit to be able to go to them, which kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Desus. I'm just going to say that. Thank you for the $50 fucking dollars, dude. Holy shit, man. Thank you so much. Insanely generous. Yep, my PlayStation 4 screams when it's connected to the internet. One of my underway submarine consoles stopped due to being on the internet. My 360 didn't do that, not to mention my PlayStation 4 was a Mass Effect machine for years. Yeah. No. I'm so excited, by the way. I think next week I'm going to make the time. I might actually do it this weekend, maybe. It depends on what I got going on Sunday. But I think that I might end up taking off. Yeah, I might end up doing that. I might not make a video on Tuesday. And the reason why is because I kind of want to take a day because I want to go over to my mom's house. And I want to pick up my old consoles. And I want to go get my fucking physical games back. I want to go get my physical games back. I want to go get my N64 because what do I have over there? I have an NES, an N64, a Sega Dreamcast, and a Sega Genesis, a Game Gear, and a Game Boy. Pocket. Or Color. I can't remember one of them. Or it could be an SP. Could be multiple for all I know. No SNES. I've talked about this like lightly in the past. I didn't have a very I didn't come from like a wealthy family or anything like that. We didn't really have a whole lot of money. So like there was entire console generations that like passed me by because I just basically we didn't have the money for it. So I mean I played Game Boy. I basically played, I had my brother's NES, and then I played Game Boy until the N64. Sorry, no. But I had my brother's NES, and then I had gotten a Sega Genesis, and then I played Game Boy until the N64. Yeah. And then after, hope she hasn't sold. No, she hasn't sold them. I saw them there last time I was there. And then I had the N64 until I got a PS2. Or no, I had the N64 until I got a Dreamcast. But then the Dreamcast got like discontinued. But I still held on to it until I finally got a PS2 years later. So there's like tons of like consoles that I never even got my hands on. So I like my friends had them, you know what I mean? So I get to play some of that stuff, but yeah. I remember getting like so stoked about going over to my buddy's house because he had like Chrono Trigger and he had like Super Mario or whatever it was, the Super Nintendo Super Mario. It was really good. Super Mario World, that's what it was. The thing I like about Palworld is that you can have multiple save files. You don't have to delete old files to enjoy the game. Yeah, my dumbass deleted my old file for whatever reason. I don't really know why. I wasn't really thinking about it when I did it. You know what? Actually, speaking about Fortnite, I didn't get to talk about this last week. So I had seen this. Something definitely changed at Epic Games. Now, this right here, Kitty Treat Donation Fund. Thank you for the 10, Ariel. Appreciate that. The kitty will definitely get a treat for that. Oh, he's sleeping in his house now. So they made some skin changes. They made some skin changes to Fortnite. And I didn't really get to go in this. I didn't get to go into detail on this before, okay? Didn't get to go into detail on this before. And this was a big piece of news. So they showed off some of the new stuff here, right? They got the gals coming out. You got this Batman set of the Batman baddies essentially is what's going on here. And no, people have been really, really impressed by this. And I just want to say, if Gooner skins make your game make you, oh my fucking God, I love these people so much. So I'm going to say this is the Marvel Rivals effect. It is the Marvel Rivals effect. This is the game that jump-started it because they were like, wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me that people like this? Are you trying to tell me that it's actually been safe the entire time for you to be able to make characters that look like this? I think that like 2018 to like 2020 or so, a lot of these companies had basically convinced themselves that like a lot of the social media drama that they would see get stirred up by essentially like, it makes a lot of sense now. I didn't really think about this. Both Twitter and Reddit, basically all of social media from like 2018 up until probably about when Elon bought Twitter was like essentially just audience captured. It was all ideologically captured. So if you went on social media, you would think, because it was such an echo chamber, that like if you made characters like this, you're gonna get put out of business. If you made chicks this hot, if you did any of this, you'd go out of business. If you didn't have like the right kind of characters, the right kind of storytelling, or the right kind of representation, you're gonna lose a lot of money because look at social media. Everybody is saying that this is the direction that things are going, and this is what they're thinking. You need to be more sensitive. And then that script kind of flipped once social media got a little bit of a shakeup, and now all of a sudden there's like less of a filter, especially on Twitter. Twitter's pretty fucking unhinged, right? But now that filter's gone, now all of a sudden these companies are waking up going like, wait a minute, are you trying to tell me that the entire time this has been going on, I didn't have to do any of this shit? I literally could have just made hot chicks in my video games and people would have bought it anyway? Wait, are you trying to tell me that all the people that we were bending over backwards for weren't even people that were playing our game or even planned to play our game? Excuse me, what? The thing is, though, people had Overwatch to show that sexy time works. They ignored it. Overwatch is the one that trips me up the most because Overwatch, that's how they initially sold their game. It's not even just sexy sells. It's both. It's be cool and have sexy stuff. It's both. It's make it look badass or interesting, but also, like, goon it up, dude. Yeah. People like attractive people. or things. Cartoons, I guess, in this case, or even video game characters. It's like these guys rediscovering the ancient text where they're like, oh my God, wait a minute. Well, actually, I'd post on it. Yeah, I think I said it right here, didn't I? Yeah, video game developers realizing that their audience is boys and men ages 13 to 34. Like, now, mind you, obviously, there's, variance with that. You're going to have some people on the older side and some people on the younger side, but the vast majority of people that play video games, the vast majority of people that buy video games or have video games bought for them is boys and men between the ages of 13 and 34. And most of those guys, like cool-looking dudes and scantily clad chicks. Or super sci-fi or a bunch of other things. Well, there's a ton of things that people like, but like it's, hormones raging. You're trying to, like, I mean, what are you going to say? What are you going to say? I can't believe that these companies have convinced themselves so thoroughly that they don't need to, that for some odd reason, they don't need to appeal to these audiences. Like, this is your core audience. The only way that I would almost guarantee that Fortnite is having and has had a killer season this year because of the fact that they're kind of making this turn right now. Even their last season, they already had that chick that was wearing like the short shorts and like the bikini top and stuff. It's like these guys are already moving in this direction. They're like, wait a minute, you know what? They even brought back... So Fortnite's skimpy new Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn swimmer skins are locked to modes ages 13 and up. I love how I'm the one that says age range 13 to 34, and that's exactly what age range they rated it for. No shit, Sherlock. Yeah. Fortnite's Adventure Time collab may have accidentally returned jiggle physics. It's not an accident. I love how these critics, I love how these writers are like, oh, this has to be an accident. Oh, no. It's not an accident. It's the year of the Chud. They're coming back. It's all coming back. You're losing ground year over year, month over month. And the reason why is because you do not financially support these companies. You do not financially support these companies. They need money. They're running out of money. They're losing players. They're losing investors. They're losing everything right now. And the only way that they're going to get them back is if they turn around and realize who their target audience is and just go and make games for them, because the people that you're bending over backwards for were never even interested in playing your games or buying your games in the first place. All they wanted to do was sit on, and this is the funny part, is that I'm one of those people that will constantly be called out and said, oh, all he wants to do is complain about everything. At least I buy this shit. The people that are trying to force bullshit into these games or trying to sand down their edges or make characters less attractive or whatever it is, these motherfuckers, they're the ones that just want to sit online and bitch about things. They don't even care if things change. If they do actually change, they don't even care because they're not going to buy it. They just move on to the next thing to complain about. The chuddening. Yes. Yes, the chuddening. When the full moon chud rises. When the full chud moon rises in the west. Oh. Oh. Easy Tiger. I was just saying, hey. What can I say? What can I say? A reason I like PAL is because of all the mods. Totally safe for work mods. Jesus Christ. Are you fucking animals in Palworld? Did you just spend $5 to notify my chat that you are fucking animals in Palworld? No, just gazing. Thank you for the 5. Oh, man. These fucking writers trip me up, dude. These writers trip me up. Oh, okay. What else is there? Oh, yeah. He's not down here. Otherwise, I'd have you guys meet him. He's very, very tiny. I also love that I have accumulated an audience that either believes it's RJD, Ronnie James Dio, or it's Dio from JoJo. And honestly, both are accurate. Honestly, both are accurate. Bean Baby, I know he's literally like he's so small. I think my phone weighs more than him. Yeah, my phone definitely weighs more than him. He weighs like when I took him to the vet. Yeah, when he went to the vet, they said it was like 2 pounds. It's like 2 pounds. But you can't see his stripes. So you don't know if he's clean. But he does actually have stripes. He does actually have stripes. Does indeed. Oh my god, dude. This is the one that was... Do you guys want to see? I need to show you guys this. Do you want to see what mental illness looks like? So now they're just reposting a bunch of art, probably trying to clean out their stuff. Let me see if I can... Actually, you know what the better way to do this is? Palworld. 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 All this person does is negative... All this person does is negative post and just like mauled over Palworld and the comparisons of Palworld to Pokemon. All they do, it's their entire life. They're still doing it right now. This is 23 hours ago. I would guarantee they made a post about Palworld today. They're trying to make it not look like that's the case by reposting a bunch of shit, but I know... It's a fucking art clone, you idiot. By your logic, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and 15 would actually be the same as... Like, I've seen a couple of their posts come up that they'd weirdly gotten, like, a decent amount of views and traction, where, like, people are obviously more commenting than they were actually liking it and agreeing with it. But, like, this is the one that was, like, posting. And they actually, if I'm not mistaken, they responded to me. Where's it at? I can click this. View activity. Yeah, here it is. So they respond... Fucking moron. What is the L that I'm supposed to take when I... So, okay, I'll go back to see what they said. So what they had originally said is this would be impressive if it had doubled its early access launch peak. Guys, Palworld would have only been a success. It would only actually be, you know, even just the slightest bit, you know, impressive if it was the most played game in Steam history, period. Palworld hit 2.2 or 2.1 million concurrent players on Steam. The most on any game ever was 3.4, which was PUBG. But they're like, you know, 4.2 would have been impressive. But since it only did this, actually pathetic. Actually pathetic. But its peak is currently below 50% of its launch, with only 16K user reviews added since 1.0 launch last week. It means that barely anyone playing Palworld right now is even a new player. This is also the same person that had made the post where they were talking about how Japan actually hates Palworld because there's not enough reviews for Palworld from the Japanese audience. I do believe that this is the same person. Let me look. Yeah. Palworld has completely and utterly flopped in Japan, while globally there are 442K user reviews on Steam for Palworld total. In Japan, there are only 4,231 total reviews, meaning the Japanese players only make up 1% of Palworld's audience on Steam. Resident Evil Requiem. Do you guys think that Resident Evil Requiem is popular in Japan? What do you guys think? Do you guys think that Resident Evil Requiem would be pretty popular in Japan? Not sure. It's a very popular series in Japan. If I'm not mistaken, most popular Japanese games in 2020. Most popular games in Japan 2026. So Famitsu, Resident Evil Requiem is 7th for the year as one of the most popular. 200,000 units sold. Japan's obviously a pretty, it's a pretty small country, right? Like they don't, it's kind of, they ain't got that many people. They ain't got that many people. I mean, their sales total for Resident Evil, well, it came out this year, so it's going to be a little bit lower. Also, they're a console generation place, so that's where they kind of get a lot of their stuff. But if you go and look, well, it's the 7th most popular game in Japan. Its reviews. Let's see here. Show language breakdown. Hold on. I don't really want that, do I? Language, in Japanese, there's only 987 reviews that are in Japanese. It says right here, only 987 reviews in Japanese. $122 million people doesn't sound like a small country. I mean, compared to others, it is, yes. Look at the population of other places. Unless we're talking about, much smaller countries, which are in, Europe and stuff like that. Man, what a bomb. Yeah. I can't believe Resident Evil Requiem flopped in Japan. Using reviews to be able to track anything is completely useless. It doesn't make any sense to do so. Most people don't even leave Steam reviews to begin with. I'd even said in the video that I put together, because I had talked about the whole Japanese thing, where the game sucks. Nobody likes it in Japan. Nobody likes it in Japan. No, really. That's crazy. Because if you actually go and you look at even the 442, what did they say? The 16K new user reviews, not even the 16K. If you look at the, where's it at? Bring up Palworld. Where's Palworld store? Just to show how stupid of a fucking metric that would ever be to measure how many people are actually playing a game. If you go to Palworld, remember we already know that the game had sold 15 million copies in its first month. There are 380,862 reviews on there right now. So in the first month the game came out 2 years ago, 380. I'm not going to do this. I'm just going to round it just because it would make sense to do so. 381 divided by the 15 million. That would only be 2% of players actually left a review on Steam. So if you're trying to represent how many new players are coming into a game, it doesn't make any sense at all to be using user reviews when only 2% of players are actually putting a review on Steam to begin with. 3%. Okay, 3%. Sure. We can round up. Sure. It's so fucking stupid. Pierce says that Sony knew that they were stepping into a PR landmine with the announcement and didn't care if it ostracized the diehards. It was to show who makes the rules. Apparently, they have gag orders on PlayStation 6, Dead or Alive. Oh, Dead on Arrival. Mike, thank you for the 10. Appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know. Like, show them who's boss. Show who's like the player who's boss. I don't really see what the point of that is. I think that's probably trying to read into a little bit too much. They're just greedy. They're just trying to collect this. It's greed for power, and it's also greed for and for money. It's both. They're looking for more control because the games industry is desperate for more control, and then they're also looking for any way that they can cut costs because, well, their costs continue to go through the roof. Is it my common understanding that about 10% of active users actually leave a review, or is that just an old YouTube stat? Maybe. I actually don't know what the total review percentage is for Steam. That'd be a really interesting number to know. I would guess it's much lower than 10%. I would guess that it's much lower. Yeah. On average, only 1 to 3% of people who buy a game on Steam leave a review, which means roughly 1 view for every 30 to 60 sales. Like, try to imagine measuring how many reviews are on something and using that as the metric as you're going to use to be able to measure how many people are playing a game or how many new players are playing a game. Unbelievable. Oh, I saw this too. Marathon's big new update boosts its dwindling player count. Can anybody see it? I found it. Just a little guy. It's probably doing better. It's got to be doing better, right? Because it's just a couple days. Marathon bros, I'll be getting ready to pack your bags. Bungie, I'll be getting ready to pack your bags. Now, I realize that, like, less people are going to be playing Destiny right now because, like, obviously there's no new content. People kind of gotten through, like, the comeback rush of trying to promote the game. But how... That's crazy. This is a dead game. Like an actual dead game, right? No future support or anything like that. No future content, no nothing. End of the franchise, never coming back. Most of the team completely laid off. This side of the studio is effectively shut down. And they're still making more money off of this game. I can guarantee you they're making more money off of this game than they are off of Marathon. And it's not even close. When you have numbers this low, you only have a couple hundred people, maybe, that are spending a couple dollars buying a skin or something like that. And why would you even want to buy skins in a game like this anyway? The characters are fucking god-awful. Like, the game is just so fucking hideous, man. Like there's something visually interesting about it, and I can appreciate the art in a sense, but I can't appreciate it from a gameplay perspective because in motion, when playing the game, I don't like the way it looks. It's something that I think looks cool in a screenshot. I think it looks cool in a trailer. I think it looks like really cool in the animated shorts and stuff like that they do, or the videos and trailers that they've made. I think that stuff looks really cool. In gameplay, I look at those characters when I log into the game, and I'm like, this shit's fucking ugly. I don't want to buy anything. I don't want to have anything to do with this. I don't like the way this game looks or plays or feels or anything. And then I stop playing it. I also saw this too, and there's probably no comment that pisses me off more as when I see this. Honest question, why do you want Marathon to fail? Is it because they stopped updating Destiny 2? Destiny 2 had a good run. Didn't it last like 10 years or so? Why do you want Destiny to fail? Or why do you want Marathon to fail? This is like walking outside and me being like, man, that sky is pretty blue. And somebody goes, why do you want the sky to be blue? What do you get from it? Sky's been blue this entire time. Maybe it's time for it to be a different color. It had a good run. It's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? I've also been like one of the most, I have tried to be the most transparent as possible that like, I never wanted this game to fail. I never said that. I don't think there's a single time other than maybe if I got pissed off at somebody saying something stupid where I say, well, these Marathon fans make me want to wish the game to fail. But no, in most cases, when it comes to this game, like I'm sick of players losing their games, man. I'm sick of seeing some of these games get shut down. I'm tired of seeing it happen. But at the exact same time, I'm not going to sit here and just hold my tongue when I'm watching a game failing and watching a company continue to shovel money into something, light it on fire, and then still hope for a better result. Like, this game is the definition of insanity. I have no idea why they continue to invest in it. I don't understand it. I really do not. This should be canceled. It needs to be canceled. I would cancel this and then move my people over to Destiny 2 and have them making DLC. I'm gonna, like, is it the right thing to do? Probably not, because you're just really going to be pumping. Like, it's the way that I know that they can continue to be able to make at least a couple of dollars while they try to work on another project and figure something out, because they need to get away from this game. Otherwise, they are just going to be completely fucked. That's it. It's end of story. But they already laid off, from what I understand, didn't they get rid of the entire Destiny 2 raid team? Because if that's the case, then I don't want to see a Destiny. There's just no reason. If you got rid of the entire raid team, fuck it. Leave it. You're done. It's done. Just shut the fucking doors to the company. Seriously. Just shut the doors to the company. That's eventually what Sony's going to do. Right now, what they're probably trying to do is they're just trying to trickle and push their way along until they can do it next year. After, I don't know, there's probably some financial reason that they can't do it this year. Studio's fucking done. It's done. I have no idea why they made this choice. I could not tell you. It's one of the wildest and one of the dumbest CEO decisions, AAA decisions that I have probably ever seen in the entire time that I've been doing this. For the last 2 years, at the very least, it's the dumbest thing that I have ever seen. It makes no sense. I fucking tried. I tried to understand why. I don't see it. Way worse. But Ubisoft is like a trail of bad decisions across a bunch of different games and franchises and a company as a whole. This is just like I'm singling out a single business decision that a company made, and I'm like, what were you thinking? Who in the room thought who did you hire? You want to know who needs to get fired? Your CSO, apparently. Your CSO and your CFO, because neither one of them have any idea what they're doing and what actually needs to be invested in. By not dumping Marathon immediately and cutting rope when you have a game that it's done, okay? It's fucking done. Games don't come back from this. This is not a No Man's Sky. This is not a Cyberpunk 2077. This isn't a game that just needs a little bit more love and it'll find an audience. I don't know why. I can't even really truly define it. It has something to do with the game visually. It also has something to do with the game's and the company's reputation. People do not want this game. They don't want it. And you're never going to sell it to them. You could flip and turn this into Destiny 3, and it still wouldn't sell. Because people just don't like it. The Marathon crowd doesn't exist. The Marathon fans don't exist. Maybe they would have if you guys would have just made a single-player spin-off game like, hey, look, we made Marathon again. And then people would have been in on that. But this is done. And it's been done. That's it. Marathon fan here. I'm quite sad to see it fail. I really enjoyed it. It does seem like some big vocal people on YouTube, Smash JT, are really happy that it isn't doing well, and that makes me sad. Fuck them. Who cares what they think? It doesn't matter. The point that I'm trying to make is it has nothing to do with the Marathon players. It has nothing to do with you liking something or not liking something or whatever it is. The point that I've been trying to make is that for whatever reason, while there are people that are out there that do really enjoy this game, and there are only a very few amount of them, I don't want those players to lose their game. I don't. I think people should be able to keep their shit and continue to play it. With that said, you have to realize that it's not going anywhere. For whatever reason, people just don't like it. And I'm going to tell you right now, it's not because of YouTubers. It's not because of me. It's not because of Asmongold. It's not because of anybody making videos talking shit about it. Those people, we can be overcome, okay? My opinions can be routed. And people can supersede my opinions on something and enjoy something, okay? That can happen. It's not happening here. People just, for whatever reason, just do not want to play this game. No biggie, just a bummer. Got mad respect. Yeah, no, like that's, I've tried, I appreciate that, by the way. But like, I've tried to do my best to make sure that I communicate to, like, you know, Marathon fans that actually do enjoy the game. Brother, like, I don't want you guys to lose your shit. I'm sick of players losing their shit. But me talking about the failure of a game does not mean anything other than just me being like, there's just a better way that they should have done this. And I'm going to be real. This game was dead in early alpha. It was dead before early alpha. Or I guess it was during the alpha. The minute that they had that art scandal, this game was already cooked. Socially, in the eyes of players, already cooked. Points to the Aztec vid. Cross has nothing to do with Marathon's failure. Nothing to do with it. People can pretend all day like people on the internet actually have any influence. We can't fucking do anything. I'm an idiot screaming into a microphone. At the end of the day, if I sat here and was like, hey guys, jacking off is bad, don't do it, you're going to go jack off anyway. It doesn't matter what I say. If you enjoy something, you're going to do it. If you want to do something, you're going to do it. And the fact of the matter is, nobody wants to, not enough people want to go play this game. Not enough people want to play this game. simple as that. What? I just caused my entire audience to just jack off in unison. Wow. Can't beat him, join him. I can't stop. Oh my god, I can't help. Do you guys, was it like the first Scary Movie when that dude plasters that chick to the ceiling? Do you guys remember that? I think it was the first Scary Movie. I can't remember. I fucking died in that moment. I was like, this is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Was it Scary Movie 2? I think it was Scary Movie 2. So funny, man. So funny. Sensei Family Jedi, thank you for the $20. Appreciate that. Marathon could have been a bold attempt / failure if they had built a new IP, but they're millennial the way to covet convert or covet that IP. They could have had insane lore, but they made it cheap, they made it gross, and they ruined Marathon. I'm just gonna be straight with you. Do you know what the funny thing is that like I do think that there's like multiple layers to Marathon's failure, and like it's not necessarily like a single thing that I could point to where it's just like the smart thing to do is just stay in your lane as a market competitor and say that, hey, we didn't actually have a market competitor for Destiny 2. What if we made the market competitor for Destiny 2? What if we made the looter shooter? What if we made Marathon just a flat out straight up looter shooter that was focused on PvE right from the get-go? And I actually think that there probably would have been a lot more positivity around the game. And I also think that there's a really good chance that people probably would have been a lot more receptive of negative feedback around the game, or like not receptive, but they would have like combated negative feedback a lot more, and you probably would have had people be a little bit more resilient. That's probably what it is. That's the word I'm looking for. They would have been more resilient to negative feedback around the game just because it was something that was more PvE focused, right? And then they could have, I largely think it actually would have been more popular if they would have started with what the direction that they're going in right now. If they had started with this from the beginning, the game would have had a much better transition and track record. But the problem is that you're already at this point likely over 300 plus, probably even closer to, like, I know that they said that the game was developed for like $250 million, but that's without their marketing, and that's also without like the continued development and continued support of the game so far since it's come out. So it's likely already reached over $300 million or more, right? So you're now in the hole all that money, and you have to somehow make all that money back while still spending more, and you're just never going to be able to do it. Warframe is free too. Warframe and Destiny are just not even comparable, and I have no idea why anybody would really compare them directly, because they're just two completely different experiences. They're just not even, it's not even close. They're not even close to the same kind of thing. It's just not, yeah. It's just not, I don't know how to say it any better than that. It's not even like first-person shooter, third-person shooter. It's not even just the perspective. It's more of just the actual loop of playing the game and what you're doing while playing it, right? The play in Destiny is much more, it's not even I mean you're comparing like gameplay mechanics. I'm not even talking about gameplay mechanics. I'm talking about gameplay experience. Because like when I go to play something like Warframe, I'm going to turn my fucking brain off. Okay? Like I'm going to turn my brain off. And then I'll turn it back on when there's like some cool lore moment or something like that pops up during a story quest or something that I do. When I'm playing a game like Destiny is a much more intentional experience, right? You don't have to think while playing Warframe. That's kind of the entire point. The whole point of playing Warframe is to get yourself so strong that you literally just press one button and the whole fucking screen explodes. it's not a skill-based game. Like, there's skill with like building and stuff, I guess. Like, if you're like your builds and weapon builds and stuff like that. It's a farming game. That's what it is. It's a farming sim. It's just running repetitive content, turning your brain off, and then pressing a button and watching the screen blow up and seeing a shitload of numbers. That's the whole game. And fashion, and making yourself all fashionable. That's pretty much the whole game. Destiny is a much more like it is a true core to itself intentional first-person shooter. I'm throwing a grenade because I have to throw a grenade. I'm using an ability because I have to use an ability. I'm using a certain weapon because I need to use that weapon. I need to go in this direction, or I need to make this jump, or I need to dodge this thing because I need to do those things. Right? Like Halo was. Exactly, like Halo was. It's a very intensive, like, or not intensive, but it's a very intentional game. It's a very intentional gameplay. Be locked in. You feel that when you play it. You're not zoning out while playing Destiny. I'm sure there's some activities you can do that with in Destiny, but like, you know, Destiny's the kind of game that I'm looking at when I want to play a game like that. I'm looking to lock in. And honestly, I do a lot. It's fucking, yeah. It's actually crazy how good of a game it can be still, even still today. What? Halo campaign evolved early adopters forced to look at the art book instead of playing the game. Okay. Okay, wait, what? Wait, what? One of its early on its early access launch yesterday, those who played the game and got early access campaign evolved on Steam couldn't seem to open the game, as simply it wouldn't stop opening up the art book instead. Just shut this studio down, please. Just shut him down, dude. Asha, I know you watch me. I've been told. I'm begging you. Please take this game away from them. Please just get rid of the entire staff and just move on. Hand it to somebody else. At this point, Activision would do a better job. And I'm going to tell you right now, that pains me to say that. Like, those words, I can't believe they even came out of my mouth. But it's true. It's actually true. Just not Infinity Ward. Like, I mean, I enjoy a good art book as much as the next guy, but not being able to play the game that you just bought on the day it launches sounds like a nightmare to me. Well, that's what you get for paying. How much is it? I'm probably going to... Part of me wants to buy it. Part of me wants to buy it and play it on stream today. They don't even... Xbox didn't even get the front page. Instead, it's indies. Fucking based. Absolutely based. Where's it at? It's not even on here. Dino Blade is.
Step forward if you wish to live.
Okay. Very positive. One of the first major bosses is a T-Rex that uses an Ankylosaurus as a weapon. This game is peak. I haven't been so Yeah. 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 Never mind. I can talk about Halo. I can talk shit about Halo next week. We're gonna play Dino Blade today. Because there's nothing cool than dinosaurs. There's nothing more cool than dinosaurs and swords. I mean, my favorite deck to play in Magic the Gathering is my dinosaur deck. And the temptation for me to build another dinosaur deck is very high. it's very high. Hey, Halo Campaign Evolved isn't even properly out yet, and it already looks like we're getting Halo 2 Remake next, and I'm actually quite optimistic about that. Dude, you guys are a bunch of like... I'm really... I know, I need to... I need to put my Xbox tax aside. I need to play the game and make my own opinion about it. But I find it really odd that the game is mixed on Steam, that a lot of people are very upset about it, but also at the same time, let's see it. What is it? It's an 83. You know what? I'm going to say this. This is probably pretty milquetoast, to be honest with you. I'm going to say this. This is one of the most pivotal. So Halo is one of the most pivotal moments in the games industry. And for you to not be able to release a remake of that game to the point that it can get 100%, 10 out of 10, you have failed. And I'm not even saying that because I respect games journalists. No, I'm saying that as just an overall consensus opinion that as one of the greatest games ever made, if you fall short of making everyone happy at the exact same time and making an experience nobody can deny, you have failed. That's the gravity that I don't think that Xbox understands belongs with this experience, belongs with Halo, with this franchise. And for years, they thought that they could just get by using whoever they could. You can't. You can't. Honestly, I would be out there looking for the best possible studio ever. I don't even know. I would draft the best team you possibly could and pay them anything they wanted, as long as you thought it could guarantee as long as you thought it would guarantee the opportunity for you to be able to get a 10 out of 10, no questions asked, everybody universally agrees, this is one of the greatest games ever games. If you can't pull that off with this franchise, then you may as well not even be making it. No multiplayer. Multiplayer can't. They have a there's co-op for the campaign. My thing is that like as much as I would like to play it because I'm gonna have to review it. Honestly, I'd rather try to see if I can knock on Xbox's door and force them to give me a free one instead. Because I'm just gonna be straight up with you. I'm not gonna pay you guys for fucking selling the game to me or like. I don't dig this. Okay, I'm just gonna tell you guys right now. One of my biggest gripes that I have, one of my biggest issues that I have with the games industry, and I think that this is just like, I think it's rat behavior. I think it's gross, and I don't support it whatsoever. Now I'm gonna preface this with, so I don't look like a fucking hypocrite. I'll preface this with, I get free game keys all the time. Okay, like these companies, regardless if I like or don't like their game, they want me to talk about it because all press is good press in most cases, because at least the game is out there and it's seeing more people's eyes and they can kind of make that decision on their own. With that said, I'm not going to pay you an extra $20 to play your game on time, as you're essentially taxing the audience $20 unless they want to wait until you make it available for everybody else. It is not coming out July 28th. It's already out. And here you assholes are trying to charge $20 extra for people to play it 4 days early so they can play it over the weekend. No, I don't support that. Absolutely not. I ain't going to give you money for that, even though I could make content from it, even though it would probably really help me out next week with work and stuff like that. No. I'll wait until you give it to me for free. Or I won't play it at all. I don't really give that much of a shit, to be honest with you. I just go play regular Halo. Why the fuck would I want to play this when I can just go play Halo? You don't milk viewers like they milk customers? No, I don't. But how am I milk? I don't even know how could I milk viewers? You know what? After our last conversation about jerking off, I think like this is the last conversation we should be having. There was a Doom the Dark Ages expansion? How'd it do? I told you guys, man. I told you, man. Like I know that some people really liked it. There were a few people that did. This game just was not very popular. It just was not very popular. 27% of what is this? PlayStation 5 owners prefer digital games, but console sales tell a different story. Oh, it's whatever. What is this? Deer Fighting Cowboy. Oh, this is from Nintendo. Thank you for registering for the Nintendo America Press Center. We're sorry to tell you that your application has not been successful as you don't meet the criteria for registration. This is why they stay pissing me off. 1.5 million subs and still don't qualify. This was with selecting the content creator option, by the way. Oh, I'm going to be honest with you. The reason why they're not giving it to you is because you've probably been critical of them in the past. I tried to go to the Nintendo booth and they wouldn't make time for me. I went to a game convention and they wouldn't make time for me. They let a bunch of other people in that didn't have appointments, and like people that I was with at the I talked to and was hanging out with at the event, they let them in but didn't let me in. Or played Palworld, really good chance. Also a really good chance. PlayStation Network has been experiencing network issues. What is this? These clowns. This is all just fucking like, I don't even know what this even is. I'm just on the feed right now. I'm on that feed. Gaming is healing. This is an active disrespect to all the goated games that are out there. If this game comes out, for all the games that come out this year, if Slop World is mentioned as a nominee for Game of the Year, then either this year was full of stinkers, or Pocket Pair just blew all their money for them to make it happen. You know this game's going to be in there, right? you know this game is going to be it's going to be in the game of the year conversation. The only problem is that its reviews are what's going to hold it back, and the reason why I say that is because Open Critic. Notice how it's not in the review category. This is one of my biggest gripes with games journalists and reviewing early access games. Watch this, it's going to be a 70 or a 60. Only 25 reviews. Are you fucking kidding me? 25 critic reviews. No shot. Like, no actual shot, right? 63 critic reviews for Halo. 25 critic reviews for Palworld. This is one of the most popular new IPs in the last decade. It has sold over 30 million copies at this point. It has broken Steam's top player counts, and these people can't even be bothered to review it. It is them turning on the Glork 5000 for any AAA game that is out there, but oh, here's this indie hit that's coming from this unknown studio that shatters records, is one of the most popular new IPs in years, but they can't even be bothered to review it. And I would almost guarantee scum. You're scum. That's what you are. You run around and you destroy the reputation of indie games by going out and giving these early access reviews saying it's a work in progress when you guys never come back to update those reviews. You put a scarlet letter on these companies while you deep throat every AAA company that is out there, and you do everything you can to tickle their balls, but you throw these guys in the mud and walk away. They drug this game through the dirt the minute it came out. Now here they all are, nearly every single one of them, doing everything they can to dance for the algorithm and try to dump out as many guides as they possibly can, but they never go up and clean up the mess that they left. Fuck you. Fuck you. Holy shit, this shit drives me insane. One updated 2026, 2024, 2024, 2024, 2024, 2024, 2024. Fuck all of you. All scum. Scum of the earth. Holy, oh man. My cortisol. My cortisol. My God. Unbelievable. Look at this. 2024, 2024, 2024, 2026, 2024, 2024, 2026. They're all like the vast majority is 2024. So let me look here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 out of the 25 reviews are from 2024. Sorry. Let me say that again. 4 of the 25 reviews for Palworld are from 2026. The rest of them are all from 2024. Look at how many are unscored. How do I look at unscored? Maybe because of early access. That's the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is that a bunch of these journalists went in and they reviewed this game in early access when they were all gatekeeping this game as hard as they possibly could because it was infringing on, or at least in their eyes, infringing on Nintendo and Pokemon. Games in which these terminally millennial writers have basically sacrificed their entire lives to. It's part of their active identity. Most of these guys are probably wearing Pokemon underwear to bed at night. And that bothered them. So they went out of their way to try to shake this game down to its core, to try to push it out of the industry, to try to drag it through controversy, to try to drag it into a lawsuit, which they dragged it into successfully. And now they never went back to clean up that mess. But these guys have no problems with posting guides or posting about their sales numbers or their recent success. They have no problem posting those articles because that's generating them clicks and generating them ad revenue right now. It's getting people in the conversation. But they'll never go back and clean up the mess that they made before. Is it different on Metacritic? It's probably different on Metacritic, right? Has to be. Shut the fuck up. What is this? We've noticed you're using an ad blocker. We rely on ads. Shut the fuck up. We rely on ads. I don't give a fuck what you rely on. People use ad blocker. It's an 86 on Metacritic. It's a much better score on Metacritic. So it's specifically OpenCritic that they haven't gone back to. Not a single major outlet. Not a single major outlet. How has nobody noticed this? GameStar is a big German outlet. You understand? Like I get that it's a big German outlet, big for Germans, but we're talking about globally. Has IGN put out a video or no? Fucking AI shit, dude. It's so annoying. Nope. Nope. Two years ago. How does that make any sense? How is it that like there's not a single updated professional review from the biggest outlets in the games industry for quite literally what is likely going to go down as the second biggest game release this year and one of the biggest game releases in the last decade? Like, I hope that you guys understand the gravity of the situation. Like, for this last decade, it's going to now be like Grand Theft Auto 6 and then Palworld. Like, while GTA 6 is going to absolutely fucking crush, It's going to be GTA 6 and then Palworld. Like, Palworld is like godhood. It is absurd how absolutely successful this game is. It makes perfect sense. They don't want to go against Nintendo, and they're trying to let it get swept under the rug. How do you sweep a fucking elephant, a herd of elephants, under the rug? I've never seen anything like this. Like, don't get me wrong. I understand that Palworld is a big game. Most of these guys never finish the entire fucking game to put out a review. That's not usually what happens. They put in 30 to 40 hours, see if they like it, and then put out a review for it. Or continue where they left off with the save that they had before, but I don't think these guys want to go back. Grand Theft Auto rarely, if ever, gets Game of the Year. Grand Theft Auto rarely, if ever, even comes out in the first place. There's only been 6, dude. The last one's over a decade old. What are we talking about? GTA never gets Game of the Year. No shit. It's been over a decade since the last one came out. I don't know what to say. It's gonna at this point, it's going to get left out of the Game of the Year conversation. It's gonna get left out of the Game of the Year conversation, 100%. If it doesn't get updated reviews, if it doesn't even get reviews in general, it's just never going to be in the conversation for Game of the Year. It won't even be on the list, even though it likely wouldn't win, just because that's just, the people that are going to be on these voting panels would never. Also, imagine the fucking backlash from Nintendo that Jeff would get. Can't wait for Jeff to completely ignore it. Jeff is the one that greenlit its trailer at the Game Awards and at Summer Games Fest. I have never seen a game treated like this. Jeff is one of us. I actually think that Jeff Keighley's largely a really nice guy, to be honest with you, man. And I think that he does try his best. I don't think he necessarily has the best taste in video games sometimes, but I do think he actually tries his best. And like, if you notice, like the last 2 or 3 Game Award shows, plus not only like and then also like Summer Games Fest, he's always tried to do his best to be able to make a point to say, hey, do you guys see how all these independent and indie studios are the ones that are taking over right now? Isn't that really cool? Let's face it, the Game of the Year people might not even let Palworld in. No shit. Thank you for the 10, Roberts. Appreciate that. No, you're absolutely right. I honestly, now that I start thinking about it, I'm like, I really just don't see it being a thing. Remember Bungie requested a hold off of reviews for a month? Thank you for the 5, Machine XP. Yeah, I forgot all about that. Yeah, good point. What a weird situation. What a very weird situation. I don't know what to say. I have to think about this. This is a whole fucking thing. Am I really going to make a third Palworld video? There's no way, right? This is a video. I know it is, but like also at the same time, like I don't really like I don't really like. Oh fuck. I don't like making a ton of videos about one. Fuck, part of me wants to though, because like this is crazy. But I already talked about how I've already made a video where I discussed the whole like these guys basically like shit the fucking bed for these dudes and just left it be. Well, I don't even know what else I would talk about. Just here for the move update. How's it going? Okay, bye. Yeah, good luck. Yeah. There's a fucking journalist. Get him, guys. Just make a 5-minute video? How long have you been watching me, and what would ever make you think that I could ever only talk for 5 minutes? Destin, I have a question for you. As a former writer for IGN. Nothing incriminating, I promise. You stepped into the firing line. Destin, could you tell me why not a single major journalist outlet, a single major outlet, gaming news outlet, or reviewer has gone back to make a new review for Palworld, either updating their early access review or even bothered to review 1.0? Because I find it very odd. Very odd. They didn't get paid to do it? They're getting paid right now to make guides. Every single one of their sites are pumping out guides like crazy. They're covering the game constantly. It doesn't make any... Like, I get that, like, it's a big game, so it could probably take a little bit of a while. It's probably just a resource thing. Are they just holding people off for the big, like, for the big AAA games? That's the answer. It's boring. Yeah, I don't know, man. It still feels weird. I don't know. I'll have to think about this a little bit more. How's the house going? House is good. The house is good. Thank you for asking. Move went well. I made it safely. Cat is sleeping in his box right over there behind me. I spy a Game Boy. It's made out of Legos. My mom thought it was a real one when she bought it for Christmas. She thought she was buying me an old school one, but then come to find out it's actually just Legos. But you'd never be able to tell looking at it. You would think it's real. That's why it sits as just a prop in the background, because it's Legos. Is Dio getting adjusted well? Yeah, him and Maddie just run around chasing each other. Playfully, luckily. I don't have to worry about anything else. A video about corruption in games media tied to neat bow of all the bullshit Palworld has seen from them. Thank you for the 5, Orion. Yeah, I mean, I've already kind of talked about like some of the stuff where like I didn't really appreciate all the things that these guys have like. I didn't really appreciate the coverage that we had seen from it before, right? That's kind of like my whole thing. That's wholesome. Yeah, it's actually really... I was actually kind of surprised. I thought that my cat would probably be a little bit more territorial, but he's not territorial at all, actually. Like, he was initially, but, like, once they got used to each other's scents, because I kept him isolated or I kept him separated for, like, 3 or 4 days or something like that. But, like, he's, like, super gentle with the kitten. Like, he recognizes that it's a kitten, and he doesn't, like, get rough with it. Because, Maddie's huge. He's a giant cat. He's half Maine Coon. So, like, he's massive. And, like, if he bats you, like, if he's, like, being playful and he bats you, like, that fucker hits hard. He hits hard. He's very strong. If he gets a hold of you, if he gets too riled up and he wraps his legs around you and goes to kick or bite, you ain't getting that motherfucker off. I'm gonna tell you that right now. He's strong. The kitten is less than 2. It's 2 pounds or less. It's tiny. You barely even feel it when you pick it up. If it's walking on you, you wouldn't even be able to know unless it jumps. So if that cat full force gave it a swat, he'd probably throw that cat halfway across the room. I'll be real with you. But he's super gentle. He goes he's gonna bat it. He puts his arm up and he goes, nah. Pound for pound, they're extremely strong. One of the most perfect creatures on Earth overall. They are the best built hunters or something like that. Yeah, it's pretty insane. Their ability to kill is fucking wild. They're very strong. Okay. So, if you've watched me for any length of time, then you guys would know one of the things that I have consistently, and I mean consistently, almost neurotically, this video right here I talked about it in this video way back 2 years ago. I talked about it likely in this video as well. Basically, any video that I've ever talked about Xbox or Game Pass or anything of the sort, there has been one single thing that I've always tried to make people notice. There's always something that I've always tried to do my best to make sure that people are aware of. And what is this here? Just last year, Phil Spencer, the CEO of Xbox, stepped forward to say that increasing prices $70 would be people. No, that's not going to be it. That's from an older video. I'd have to find. But anyway, I've talked about it in just about every video. I know for a fact I probably bring it up in this one. And let's see here. Let's take a wild guess. This is, probably right here. Turning Game Pass itself into a battle pass of its own. Not only are they monetizing how you play, they're gamifying the act of actually playing games in the first place. Essential and Premium get you 10 to 17 megabits per second at 1080p, so this is me talking about how essentially Xbox is looking to turn gaming and game streaming into a tiered access thing where depending on the quality of stream you want to get, if you want it to be 1440 or 1080 or whatever, it's going to cost you more every single step up that you go. And in this video as well, I think I also then go and I start later talking about, let's say, what would probably ads, right? Oh, now it's just going to do the sit and spin thing. Anyway, I'll just say it straight out. Basically, for the last 2 years, I have done my best to try to warn people that advertising is coming for gaming. It is going to be a slow creep. It is not something that is going to happen immediately, but I have said it from day one that was the direction that it looked like the games industry was going in. People told me it wasn't. And the crazy thing is, I'm going to save this for a second and go back, because if I go in here, and I type Legendary Drops ads, high-end gaming AI push, blah, 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 blah. Tell me this is an artificial scarcity with a hardware-less landscape, dependent on cloud gaming filled with ads. Imagine somebody paying $70 to $80 for a game. This is crazy. Hollywood actors. Yeah, that's a different thing. Entertaining the... Oh, look at this. This is June. This is June 12th, okay? So this is just over a month and a half ago, okay? Month and a half ago, I replied to a post that Matthew Ball had said, where he basically had said, this is not correct. It was somebody had said that Xbox is floating the idea of in-game ads, and he says, no, that's not correct. In an interview, he was asked to make a comment about when he was hired at Xbox. He said he could see how ads would be good for games, and he's seen how it's similarly done in Netflix and Disney Plus, where they have ad-free tiers. At no point did I mention in-game ads. And then I responded a month and a half ago, entertaining the idea of ads makes you a threat to the hobby and to its customers. Once you let that genie out of the bottle, it becomes a living nightmare of ever-increasing premiums as customers try to escape advertising. It happens on every platform, every single time. Fast forward, Matthew Ball, the chief strategy officer of Xbox, today Xbox will begin public testing that enables Xbox insiders to stream select games from their library for no added cost with no subscription required through a new ad-supported option. Overall, the goal is simple: to give players more affordable options to play. The goal is for the public test to see how players get used to ad-supported streaming and listen to their feedback. As we experiment, we want to be clear with the principles that we hold for ad-supported experiences. We want to start with the player. Ads should create value. Guys, when was the last time ads created value for you? I never once thought of ads and thought, man, this is creating such value. We do not want to interrupt the flow of gameplay. We hold ads to the same quality bar as our content. It's corpo speak. Parcel tongue. Corpo parcel tongue. We're clear about what is an ad. We make sure the ad fits what the players expect on each platform. More information here. Stream games for free with ads. Now, I want to discuss the absurdity of this, putting most of this to the side. What this program is this is you streaming games. I want to read that again because he's the one that said it. Stream select games from their library. This is you able to select, This is you being able to stream select games from your library. That means games that you have bought. You can stream games that you have bought to another device if you watch some ads. Wait a minute, you're telling me the money that I already spent paying for this game doesn't mean nothing, and I still have to watch ads to be able to play it if I want to play it on a different device? Excuse me? Excuse me? Regardless of what this is, and this is the point that I want to make, because this is the excuse that's going to happen, is that right now people are going to look at this and they're going to say, you know what? This is fine. There's no problem with this. There's no issue at all. What are you talking about? This is you streaming this is ad streamed content that isn't that big of a deal because, well, it's effectively just going to be on whatever, like, oh, I want to play an Xbox game on my phone. I want to play an Xbox game on my tablet. I want to play an Xbox game on my TV, but I don't have my Xbox with me. Right? So people are going to go, it's not that big of a deal. You're not even using their hardware. That's why you're going to use their hardware, but you still get to use your software, and you just got to watch an ad before you play, and then, you'll have, X amount of time before that ad runs out, and then you'll have to go back and play another one, right? Or watch another ad. This is how it starts. If you go back and you look at any subscription service, any of these digital subscription services across the board, every single one of them started out with the exact same messaging about how this is to create value. This is to be able to make things easier for you. this is to make games, or this is to make media, or this is to make our services more available to more people. It's all about just laying out some sugar, hoping that you take a bite, and then when you do, they draw you in. And they do it year after year after year, and it ramps and it ramps and it ramps until you're spending far more than you ever have on video games. And while their position right now may be, we do not want to interrupt gameplay, you are the current leadership of this company. What you want to do right now doesn't really fucking matter when the next guy comes in. And they're like, we do want to interrupt gameplay. The fact that you're opening the doors, and that was the point that I had made before, that's why I had said, once you let that genie out of the bottle, it becomes an ever-living nightmare of increasing premiums as customers try to escape advertising. The reason why I say that is because you are not the control vector. You've already let the genie out of the bottle. It's already out. It's already in the infrastructure. It's already being built into everything. Now that it's there, it doesn't matter what you think or what you wanted it to be. It's what it's going to become over years and years of it being there. Everyone doing it. That's the other part as well, because eventually this also means that it's going to just start chaining to every other platform. They're going to be doing something similar, whatever it might be. And I've had a few videos where I've discussed this, at least to the side, depending on whatever the topic was that we were talking about. But like, I've always had this conversation that I've always known that like advertising is coming to gaming in a big way. Your premium games, the games that you're spending $70 on, they're going to have ads. Like, it's not just free to play. No. This is coming for your $70 games. They will initially start to introduce some of this stuff into, your free-to-play games first because, hey, what are you going to do? Why are you going to argue about this? You're getting it for free. But they're eventually going to they're going to introduce it into your premium games. It's going to be a second lever of, or I guess in this case it'd be a third lever of revenue alongside the initial purchase and microtransactions. I'm not paying for ads. I highly recommend not using these services or supporting any of this. That's the only thing that I can say. The only way that none of this actually ever comes to be is if enough people don't support it. But the problem is, a lot of the stuff that they do, and this is the shit that makes it the most disgusting, is that this is specifically targeting low-income people. They try to make it sound like it's a charity. They try to sell it that way. They try to make sure that effectively they're gonna it's gonna be for third world countries, low income houses, or whatever it is. Like they're targeting low income people, because once they have that base, it's pretty easy for them to be like, "What are you talking about? We already have 13 million people using it. We already have 15 million people using it." And then they use that as a added pressure to be able to eventually They use that as added pressure to eventually inject it into your experiences as well. Even though you might avoid it, it won't matter because they'll be able to get it to you eventually by using people that have less money than you. Missorum Mortem, I think. Thank you for the 10. Hey, LD, love your work. Been rewatching your content for about a year now. Question, what is your opinion on the YouTube channel Gamer Ranks? I love Gamer Ranks. I've always loved Gamer Ranks. Yeah, they've been one of my favorite YouTube channels for years. I actually got the chance to meet Jake Balladino not too long ago. Really nice guy. I would also like to meet Falcon at one point in time as well, because I think, obviously this is me, I like their takes in gaming, not necessarily outside of gaming, but you know what I mean? As gaming content creators, I've always enjoyed those guys. They already introduced them with premium ads. Product placement is already in 2 major games this year, and PlayStation have been doing the same since last gen. Thank you for the 5, Grambling. Yeah, exactly. No, it's already here. It's something that's just going to... The pressure behind this is going to continue to build, and it's eventually going to infect everything. This is we're in the early stages right now. There's like this going on, and to be able to corroborate my entire thesis on advertising coming for games. EA says in-game ads could become a much bigger part of its future games. Speaking to investors, EA Entertainment president Laura Miele called in-game advertising a huge opportunity, pointing to games like Skate. Rather than interrupting your gameplay with pop-up ads, EA is exploring branded billboards, clothing, events, and other things other placements that feel normal or feel like a normal part of the environment. EA launched EA Advertising, a new division. EA just launched EA Advertising, a new division focused on integrating brands into its games. Intergalactic has Adidas and Porsche. I'll be honest, like I don't really have that much of a problem with stuff like that for the most part, as long as it's actually as long as like the product placement stuff is done tastefully. If that's a way for these guys to be able to make some money on the side, I don't really care that much. Like product placement it bothers me a little bit, but it only bothers me from the perspective of like it's just opening the road. It's creating the avenue for worse monetization later. Right? But like I really enjoyed what was it? I loved playing Resident Evil Requiem. And Resident Evil Requiem had what? Porsche and some watch company. Death Stranding. Yep, Death Stranding has a lot of product placement too. Indies really are the last bastion? Yeah, because they're not going to be the target for it. The only way they'll be able to target anything else is when they're going to probably try to... honestly, if I had to say, if there was anything that I think is like the real danger that a lot of people face when it comes to a lot of these games and a lot of the shit that we're seeing with some of these games, largely the biggest thing that you're going to want to be looking out for is more of these games trying to turn into unavoidable platforms, like services, like the servitization of the games industry, right? Like the last thing that you want to have happen is for everything to become Game Pass, and that be like the main mode of consuming games. That's the one thing you have to stay away from, because then after that, these guys aren't going to have a choice. It's the only places they're going to be pushing their games. You said it earlier that streamers don't have much influence, and in that context, you're right. However, indie content has become half of my gaming diet, and a lot of those games I discovered through your streams. Well, that's awesome, man. Thank you. Thank you for 10. Appreciate that, brother. I love hearing that. That's definitely something I want to hear. Where the fuck did my shit go? Support good games. I mean, that's probably like the main thing that you want to do, yeah. Yep. Make sure you are supporting the right people in the years that are coming, because right now they're trying to transform the games industry, and it's definitely going to be turned into something that you are not going to like if you're not paying attention. I'll tell you that right now. Monday Paramedic, thank you for the tier 1. Hey LD, nice new place. It's a bit dark though. Is it really dark? Do you guys think that it's too dark? Do you think it's too dark? I also missed there it is. A Half Dead Saint, thank you for the 34 months. Absolute fucking psycho. Here from the beginning. You will own nothing and be happy. with every ad. I'm looking forward to SteamOS and walking away from Windows. How the new place treating you? Room looks good. I really like it. It's a bit cold down here. But yeah. No, it's fine. No, you look good. Yeah, that's what I thought too. There's a couple people that said it's a bit dark, but honestly, I kind of dig the lighting myself. I feel like it makes it. I don't know. I think it just looks good overall. Personally. If you got a good PC, support GOG. Yeah, GOG would be the way to go. The stairs look a little sus. What do you mean? They're stairs. M Bloom, thank you for the $5. Might have missed it, but have you talked about backyard sports coming back? Seems like a good story up your alley if you're interested. Backyard sports. No, I haven't seen anything on that. Hi ho, sports fans! Read in-depth information on what's coming to backyard baseball, both in the near future and in the long term. I don't think I ever played these games. So they like picked it up by an indie studio or something like that. That's kind of cool. Backyard baseball, huh? Get ready for this to be a regular headline for the next year or so. Tomb Raider Catalyst is delayed into no disc territory. See you in the sequel, Halo 2 Remake, all but confirmed. That's daring, I'll say that at least. Pokemon Diamond and Pearl leaked reveals scrapped Pokemon? What the fuck? Halo campaign evolved. At least they own the chuds. No, not again. No, not again. Is this Cortana? You're trolling me, right? You're trolling. Not trolling, sadly. Who the fuck is this? Who's this? She's in new missions. Logical idea, thing for the Prime. Hype train started. Hype train activated. Hype train engaged. She's a legit Karen? Added character? Why would you add a character to Halo? Why would you add a character to the original Halo? A girl boss they added to the game? Oh. I'm so tired, man. I'm just so tired. Look at these fucking... How dare they make the ODST woman that has been trapped on an alien ship fighting aliens for God knows how long, not caked in makeup and pretty. You're a fucking moron. I'm sorry, but if you can't see how absolutely intentional shit like this is, you're just stupid. You're just dumb. I don't know what else to say. You're just dumb. Or you're gaslighting and you just agree with it and you think this is like something that they need to do. I hope it's good, man. I don't know. My brain is telling me no, but my body is telling me I miss Halo. I don't know, man. Part of me is like, I don't want it to be bad. You know? Oh no, people are gonna say you're a chud. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? Noah, thank you for the 20, man. Appreciate that. What's up, brother? I'm tired as well. Do we care? Be honest. Halo is dead. I don't know, man. Halo was my shit. Halo was my shit. I want it to be good, man. Is it fucking dumb to want it to be good? Is it dumb to want, and it's not even just for me. It's also like, I'm now getting into the point now that like, I realize like one of the things that like, I'm probably more upset by, or one of the things that bothers me the most is actually, it's just like, it's for future generations. It's not even for myself. It's just for the fact that like, basically like, we got to enjoy some of the greatest years of video games, and now the industry that we are leaving to future generations, our kids and their kids, is just going to be something that is quite there to brainwash and consumerism them into the fucking grave. It's there to take all of their money and make them believe shit that, you know, whatever fucking, I don't know, whatever these guys want them to believe. They've turned into like political devices and like casinos. Gen Z cares about for my fucking cock. God damn it, hold on. Gen Z cares about Halo? No, Gen Z doesn't care about Halo. Do you think that's Gen Z, or do you think that's because 343 has shat the bed with that game for over a decade? That's like my whole point when I look at some of these companies that are losing their losing their place in the industry, and like how you're seeing like a lot of these guys that are moving over to like Roblox or Fortnite or whatever it is, and it's just like, that's not the fault of the kids. It's the fault of the games industry becoming what it is. It's the fault of these companies, like, I mean, very purposefully building tools to take advantage of those kids, and also for the fact that like none of these companies have actually pumped out anything worthwhile or of high quality enough to actually interest any of them. They'll see a warped version of what we had and wonder why we loved games so much. Roberts, thank you for the 10. Also fucking true, real, and based. It's crazy to me how much this industry has fallen over the years. These last lackluster cash grabs and low effort games are a real fucking tragedy. 343 needs to be shut down. True. Thank you for the 10. Necro, appreciate that, man. There's now a giant hole in the Destiny/Halo style gameplay market. Someone just needs to jump on that now. Problem is that none of these guys actually have the sauce to be able to do so. Instead, you just have posers. Like fucking 1047 or whatever the fuck the guys that made the Splitgate devs or something like that, right? Where it's just like, not that I'm saying that those guys don't. I definitely think those guys do like Halo, but I think that they're trying to take advantage more than they are trying to make a game. Consensus about Halo Evolved is that it's an all right, but the prequel missions design changes are unneeded. Also, when is the shaving stream? I'm never going to shave, brother. I spent a good 10 years unable to ever have a beard because I worked in construction and I was required to be clean shaven every single day because my company was ran like the fucking military. It was part of their like professionalism guidelines. And now that I can have one, I'm never getting rid of it. Not if you had lice. I don't think you get lice on your face. Are you talking about hair? Hair? Why would I ever shave? Look at this fucking hairline. Why would I ever fucking shave my head? You out of your fucking mind? I don't have any bald spots or nothing. This is not Asmongold. I drink water over here. I drink water. I take vitamins. I try to eat right. I go to the gym 3 times a week. Fucking check yourself before you wreck yourself over here, fool. All right, let's get. Now we're getting distracted. What is this? A reality check for the disc debate. A study suggests that read-only Blu-rays like PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 game discs may only stay reliably playable for 10 to 20 years, and experts say they degrade from day one. How do you store your collection? I love that they're just like, oh, like, what is the messaging here? Oh, hey, by the way, you know those things that you once thought were permanent? By the way, they actually degrade and get destroyed. This whole debate over physical is fucking stupid. You guys should keep digital because digital never go away. Like, these guys are getting paid. Experts state, even in the article's sources, that the estimates of the lifespan of discs vary based on factors such as manufacturing, care, and storage. Sony themselves have stated that their own proprietary discs, such as DVDs, can last anywhere from 300 to 100 years. They're just fucking lying. They're just lying. Let me rewind back. There's some other shit that I had missed as well. There's some good shit that actually, there's a couple cool topics that popped up this week. Mine's starting to get hungry, though. We already covered that. We covered this already. Xbox paid more than Stalker 2's development cost to make it exclusive. I probably would have at least made sure that the game was actually finished. Like, don't get me wrong. I love Stalker, okay? Like, Stalker is fucking goated in my eyes. And Stalker 2 is definitely improved. And I'm also a huge fan of Eurojank. But, like, Xbox paid more than the game's development cost to make it exclusive. I probably would have also made sure that that game actually got to cook. It needed another year to cook. Yeah, and if Xbox was the one that was actually paying the money for it, then chances are they pulled up the fucking rope and they said that game needs to come out, and then these dudes launched it unfinished. Stalker 2 is still unfinished, in my opinion. Yeah, well, I mean, it's Eurojank, so I don't know really what you expect. I just find it really funny, like, how much these guys will pay off for some of this stuff. Oh, I saw this. This is so funny, dude. So good. So good. So good, dude. Need the audio? You had the audio. It's so funny. The wings going 1,000 miles an hour. Bro challenged God with a piggy. Like, it's fucking, like, I'll put up full screen. Fly, you fat fuck, fly! All I gotta say is I'm actually really impressed by the stamina because, like, you're up in the air for a while there. My fucking flying mounts blow ass. Like, I need a better flying mount. My shit gets tired so quick or flies slow as shit. It's crazy. I have not done this fight yet, but it's already been spoiled for me like 100 fucking times by now, so I don't even care anymore. I've not done it yet. This is endgame boosted? Oh, is it really? I wish Vindictus would come out of their hole and announce something. Yeah. Pocket Pair retweeted it. Yeah, I know. They also made like a clip making fun of it or something I saw. It was really funny. The song was from the first season of Attack on Titan. Yeah. Palworld 1.0 is selling. We already hit that already. New tech shouldn't be leaving. Oh, I saw this. This is actually in good Xbox news. Though rare, I understand. But in good Xbox news. New tech shouldn't mean leaving behind old games. Today, Xbox is launching a new tech so you can play OG Xbox games that you own, but now on PC and handhelds. So, Xbox introduced the ability to be able to play 4 original Xbox titles across PCs and handhelds today. So, I guess, like, I don't know, I guess they're also making these older games, like, able for you to be able to download again or something like that. They need to make backwards compatibility something that's like a little bit easier to be able to deal with on some of this stuff. The one thing that I would really like to see, I want to get access. I want like instant access to my Xbox Arcade. That's what I really want. Crimson Skies was fun. It was a really good game. Yeah, I liked Crimson Skies. Conqueror as well, right? Best news so far from Xbox? Yeah, I know. Valve has rolled out 2 major updates. Oh, okay. Here we go. We got Valve news. Valve has rolled out 2 major updates to Steam, making wishlists more useful and game gifting much easier. Wishlist improvements, creating custom categories to organize your games however you want. Get notified when a game demo becomes available. See a dedicated demo available button. Watch micro trailers for directly from your wish list. Game gifting improvements. You no longer have to be Steam friends with somebody to gift them a game. That's really cool. Guests can buy games without creating a Steam account. Share your wish list or share your wish list with friends and family so that they can easily gift you games. Steam account automatically calculates to the correct regional pricing across regional gifts. That's crazy. I love how it's just like very simple platform adjustments and like, but a lot of this stuff goes like a really long way. It goes like an absurdly long way. This is one of the reasons why Valve and why Steam as a platform is so successful. Because if you look at a lot of these changes, these are changes that benefit both the developer and the player. And this is all these guys continue to do. Every single time they push an update to their platform, it is always about trying to do their best to make something and put out something that is always going to benefit both parties. And in most cases, if it doesn't benefit both parties, it benefits the players in most cases. It's crazy how good of service they have. And it's actually really as simple as that, because I think a lot of people will be like, man, why do you guys always glaze Steam? Steam glazers. These guys could do anything. And you guys would be like, that's great. Yeah, that's probably because nobody else is doing anything. It's crazy that just putting in the minimum ends up being impressive because we're not getting it from anywhere else. That's really what it comes down to, which, I mean, like, a lot of this stuff is going to be huge. The custom categories to organize your games however you want is awesome, especially for wish lists, because you can kind of put them, like, you know, depending on, like, what kind of, like, category of game you're looking for or whatever it is. There's a lot of different ways to be able to do it. I like it a lot. Refund feature is a 10 out of 10 for me. It's literally the best feature on Steam. The fact that you have as much time as you have to be able to do that is just absurd. It's fantastic. How very monopolistic of them. True. Alana Pierce reports that Sony introduced the strictest social media guidelines ever ahead of the controversial PlayStation Disc announcement. Pierce in a recent video said that people working at PlayStation first-party studios told her that Sony expected a major backlash before... Oh, sorry. Sony expected a major backlash before making their announcement. According to Pierce, Sony already knew everyone would be pissed off. They knew this. People working within PlayStation first-party studios told me that they had the strictest social media guidelines for this particular thing that they've been issued. She explained that Sony regularly gives employees guidance on what they can and can't say publicly. Pierce said that she received similar instructions while working on oh my god, it always goes back to fucking God of War with this chick. I don't really mind Alana Pierce, but it's just like every single time it's like, oh, here's me to talk about God of War again. I wouldn't doubt it. I'm sorry, like, how would you not be able to hear? Like, how would you not be able to know or have the foresight that, yeah, obviously you guys are going to have a PR implosion the minute that you announce something like this? Of course that's going to be the case. It is really funny that they, like, try to control their employees that much where they're like, just don't talk to anybody about it. If anybody asks, don't say anything. Say you don't have any feelings about it or anything. That has to be really hard, man. That actually has to be really hard now that I think about that. Like, think about working at one of these companies and they make a decision that, like, you absolutely just cannot fucking stand and you're just not allowed to have a comment about it. You're not allowed to have an opinion about it. You can't say shit. You just have to keep your mouth shut. Imagine you're some dude working at, like, PlayStation and you just love collecting physical games. That's, like, your whole thing. And you watch your company do this and they're like, you're not allowed to have an opinion on this or talk about it unless you want to lose your job. Sucks, dude. Sony just thinks it's a PR issue. Like the PlayStation 6 is gonna sell because of this. While that and the crashing economy, I think the next console generation is gonna have a lot of problems. The next console generation is gonna have a lot of problems. Simple as that. Like, it's just I don't see it doing well. I just really just do not see it doing well. I don't know how it does. There's just not enough people there's just not enough money, man.
Downtown, walking fast, faces fast, and I'm homebound. And I need you.
This is the shit that I fucking love. This is what I love the most. I just love the fact that you have these games that are being made for like pennies to the dollar when it comes to some, like, in comparison to like what the budget is for. And by the way, this $200 million budget was just their development budget. That does not include their marketing and any other costs that they had. Most estimates have Starfield between 300 and 400 million, which I would almost guarantee is probably what they charge. Like, I mean, you have to think about like all the merchandise, like stuff that they had made. They had custom watches made and a bunch of other stuff as well. Like, these guys absolutely put in a ton of money into that game. And they thought it was going to be good. They thought it was going to do well. And
Faces past and I'm homebound.
I guarantee there were some there were some executives sitting in an office watching these numbers and being like, what is happening? Why can't we do this? What is stopping us from doing this? And it's just like, I don't know, man. You guys just stopped having fun making games. You started worrying about who you were making the game for. Like, if you watch and you listen to like any of the interviews with the CEO from Pocket Pair, the entire time this dude was just like, yeah, I just looked to see like, hey, everybody really liked these games and these games were really successful before. So we just kind of took all those things and just put them together. Oh, and I'm a really big fan of Ark. So like, it's crazy. IGN has just dropped their most recent Palworld review, apparently. I think we're the 5, Orion. When it just happened just now? No shit, they did. No shit, they did. They finally just dropped it. Okay. We gotta watch it now.
Before Palworld's early access debut in 2024, I remember eagerly wanting to review the completely unhinged-looking Pokémon with Guns game, mostly as a joke. Hilariously, the joke was on me when it not only became one of the biggest games of the year, but also one of my all-time favorite survival games.
Attaboy.
2 years later, with more than 160 hours spent in its 1.0 update, catching colorful...
I'm going to be honest with you. I keep track of writers pretty regularly. I keep an eye on the ones that I like or the ones that I'm the most interested in or the ones writings that I like. I will be straight with you. In most cases, Travis Northup is almost always... like solid reviews, really good opinions, actually plays the game.
Pals and battling massive endgame bosses, I'm happy to report that it's improved
they gave
in
this one to
almost
the right
all
guy.
the ways I hoped it would.
What's the
worst of
channel?
Technical
it's this little known indie channel called IGN.
edges have been smoothed over, progression has been smartly streamlined, and loads of missing bits and baubles have been added. There are still plenty of parts that feel like they never got the attention they deserved during early access. Most areas are largely empty, settlements can feel downright lifeless, and base building is still fairly janky on its best day. But on the whole, Palworld is more compelling than it's ever been, and something I'd highly recommend for those with a taste for both creature collectors and tree-punching survival games alike. If you've never played Palworld before...
Never heard of them? You guys have never heard of these guys before? Did you see the camp only using humans? Did you see the... Yes. Yes.
There's very little I can say to prepare you for this completely
Glad you're
bizarre
supporting
adventure.
small creators. You know, sometimes I have to like, I just want to make sure there's representation out there. You know what I mean?
Sure. You'll recruit a roster of colorful critters who make Nintendo's legal team furious and use them to perform unpaid labor.
Okay, Travis, buddy, my guy, help me out with this, okay? There was never a plagiarism lawsuit. Palworld was never officially or in any capacity ever accused by Nintendo of plagiarism. They don't give a fuck about the creature designs. Otherwise, they would have sued for it. Like, why would you guys say, like, I just don't understand. I don't get why this stuff continues to be perpetuated. It's so annoying to hear.
In your work camps.
That's a joke. It's a bad joke because it's still perpetuating the idea that they stole their designs.
As you explore an increasingly dangerous world filled with gun-toting maniacs. This mix of creature collecting, open-world exploration, RPG-adjacent leveling and questing, and survival mechanics that have you building up a base to store your pals and conquer the wilds probably shouldn't
Seneca,
work,
thank you for the prime.
but it really does. And if you did play Palworld during early access, know that the 1.0 update fleshes out this world and the kinds of activities you tackle within it. So this over-the-top adventure now feels a lot more complete than the proof-of-concept version from 2 years ago. You might assume Palworld is just a straight Pokémon ripoff at a glance, but it actually has more in common with the likes of Valheim or Grounded.
Valheim or Grounded? You rock, dude. Been watching you on YouTube all day, and had to hop over and send over a sub. Thank you, appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot. Valheim, and I don't know actually. The weird thing is that like, I mean, like I guess you could say that because it's a survival game, so like really you could tie it to any survival game if you wanted to. But I don't really think it plays like any other game. Like it really kind of like in going around and, you know, taking inspiration from a lot of other games, they kind of made their own thing. More arc. Yeah, I would probably say like it has the grounded loop. Kind of ish. I don't really know. You're one of my favorite creators, man, in the space. Keep up the good work. Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
You're inexplicably finding yourself
Conan
dropped
Exile? I mean,
practically
I can
naked
see a
into
little bit of
world
any
filled with
survival
magical
game in it, but
creatures
yeah.
called pals. You'll have to build up a base and craft gear before you starve to death or freeze out in the cold. Then level your way through an irresistible upgrade tree that unlocks better equipment and amenities. That climb makes it extremely easy to lose a dozen hours without noticing, as my friends and I found ourselves doing numerous times. You'll go from swinging a club like a caveman, to crafting leather clothes and hunting with a bow, to building literal guns and ammo.
How many people can you have on one server? Is it 16 or is it higher than that now? $32 by default? It's 32 by default? That's fucking crazy. That's actually wild.
Compared to your humble start, you'll be almost unrecognizable.
The game is actually a lot more technically impressive than I don't think people I don't think people realize like how technically impressive this kind of game is. Especially, I don't know if you guys knew this or not, but did you know that when they first launched Palworld, yeah. Yeah. Palworld's multi-million player launch was originally in the hands of just one server guy who was trying his best. Yeah. It never dropped. It never dropped. I don't know if you guys remember this, but like Palworld had no issues. Palworld had no issues. Palworld's multi-million player launch was originally in the hands of just one server guy who was trying his best. Think about how absurd that is. Meanwhile, you guys remember like, I don't know. Like I just find it really funny when I think about this situation. And then I look back at like all of the other like absolutely just bungled launches that we've seen over the past couple of years. Like think back to like Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 launch was so rough. Holy shit, they couldn't keep those servers up to save their lives. Their launch was like it'd have been, I think they hit a peak of like 500,000 players or something like that. Maybe a little bit more than that. I can't really remember what the number is off the top of my head, but like we're talking about these guys had a launch that was magnitudes higher and they kept their servers up no problem. Now, mind you, there's a little bit more online interactivity, but still it's fucking crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. It's insanely impressive what these guys pulled off.
By the end game, sporting sci-fi armor that looks like something out of Tron and firing laser cannons at enemies from atop the back of a giant dragon.
All right, respect. This dude put in hours. He's level 80.
Palworld's twist on the familiar survival formula is how it cleverly blends in components of a creature collector, as you'll find yourself wholly unable to survive in these harsh lands without the invaluable assistance of the critters who occupy it. By capturing pals and putting them to work, either at your side as battle companions or at your base where they use their specific powers to perform manual labor, you quickly raise up a legion of workhorses that allow you to turn your barren campsite into an epicenter of industry. For example, a plant-based pal named Gamos can use its green-thumbed ability to plant crops, while the water-based Pangolette waters them, and the sharp-clawed...
I do think it's really cool how, like, you can kind of set up whatever kind of, like, production facility that you're looking for, depending on the area in which you're actually, like, building in, right? So... right now I have 2 bases. Well, I have 3, but the other one is I'm building in Sakurajima because there's a spot in Sakurajima where, like, basically I'm having them farm, like, hardwood, and then eventually I'll pull oil out of the ground in that area as well. I'm sure I'll end up having another, like, basin later somewhere else to farm some other shit or something, I would imagine, but it's cool to see, like, how much, like, flexibility there is with the pals that you get for your oil. Yeah, there's crude oil. What? Yeah, you become an oil baron. You know that? Is it possible to automate everything? It's not. It's possible to automate everything efficiently with 3 pals. It's not. I don't think it's a. Can you? Can you get them to take, like, say, I'm just using this as an example, like, to, like, take ore to the smelter? I don't think that you can. You still have to be the one to, like, actually set the recipes, unless there's more automated stuff later. I just haven't gotten to that yet, if that's the case. But it's crazy how in-depth the, like, base building and base management is in this game.
Cattiva harvests the produce and stores it in a nearby chest. That automation is incredibly well thought out and works surprisingly well, even if your dumb pals can be a bit imprecise at times, dropping valuable materials on the floor when it's time for bed, or walking as slowly as possible to come assist you, only to turn around when they suddenly realize they're hungry instead.
Yeah, well, they're also idiots, and sometimes you have to kill off a few of them. You know, the funny thing is that I feel like people will treat this as, like, so, like, and don't get me wrong, I think some of the pathing and stuff like that is, like, an issue that they have to, like, fix with the game and whatnot like that. But I also feel like it's kind of part of the game's, like, identity, because, like, the pals are supposed to be kind of stupid. Because they are slaves.
So it's not as awe-inspiringly smooth as something like Satisfactory, but what it lacks in efficiency, it makes up for in silliness and charm. The more creatures you collect, the more things you can automate at your base, but the harder you push those poor creatures, the faster their sanity will drop until they eventually crash out and refuse to work for you. Then again, if you ever want to make an example of a slacker, you can straight up butcher your pals for parts, squeezing the last drop of useful resources out of them in the process. Like I said, this is a super weird game, and I mean that as a compliment.
Yes. I appreciate that he highlights the high points of the game.
That said, while growing your base is a ton of fun, the actual act of building it has plenty of room to improve. It's ridiculous that Palworld still lacks the ability to move items around or snap them into alignment, so you have to completely dismantle and rebuild objects in your base if you want to move them somewhere else, or just don't like the angle they're at. The rules for structural integrity are also pretty opaque. Sometimes you'll be told a structure lacks support despite placing down a foundation and pillars for it, and on at least one occasion, I made a minor slip-up by deleting the wrong piece of wall and caused my entire base to disintegrate in front of my eyes, costing me hours of progress. I seem to...
Well, maybe you shouldn't be building a base like that. Who builds a base like this? All of my bases are flat. I use every bit of ground in the area. Everything is built on the ground. I do not even put up supports. Anything that is second story is for pals to sleep in. That's as far as it goes. I build labor camps. This guy's over here trying to build Factorio. Tesla factory style. Yeah. I actually do need to. The funny thing is that like I think when I actually get back into playing here, like in the next couple of days, I've been busy with a bunch of other shit. But like when I do like have like a rot day where I can just sit there and play Palworld and not do anything else, I probably will build like a more like intricate base that has some more shit to it. But I just haven't gotten to it yet. Pioneers with jobs. I like that.
Complain about building limitations in
prisoners with
practically
jobs.
every survival game I review, so this is par for the course in a way, but it's still
I just passed 600 hours in Palworld. It's one of my favorite games of all time. Arguably the best $30 I've spent for entertainment. Thank you for the $10, Elite. Honestly, I think that like the funny thing when you look at a game like Palworld, I don't know how many hours I have. Definitely not as many as you. 204 right now. I like when you think about it, like I spent $30 on a game that I got 200 hours out of so far, and I haven't even scratched it. I'm not even done. Like I'm going to continue to go back and finish it, and it's probably a game that I'll even come back. Like, it's even a game that I'll probably come back to in the future and try to do more with, because I know that these guys are going to continue to do more. They're going to continue to improve and do updates and add content to, and they're going to make other games, and probably they'll end up being a Palworld too, right? But it's just like it's also like the best $30 I've ever spent, period. Not even just in entertainment.
Cumbersome at times. When you're not putting pals to work at your base and evolving your headquarters from a wooden shack to a high-tech factory, you'll be venturing out into the world to capture new pals, brave increasingly dangerous regions, and hunt for loot as you contend with psychotic human factions who often attack you on sight. Instead of just letting your party do all the fighting for you, you're able to fire pistols and stab spears into hostile pals and human NPCs alike, while your team blasts them with fireballs.
I love how, like, in this game, like, 90% of humans are hostile, but it's more 50-50 with pals. Like, if you see humans, in most cases, you're like, you're going to try to kill me. With pals, it's like, I don't know, maybe.
It's surprisingly fun to dodge magical blasts and then grab
Hopefully they add water biomes. It would be kind of nice to have some underwater areas and stuff like that, yeah.
one of your fire-based pals to use as a living flamethrower, especially when your friends are doing the same alongside you in co-op. It's also a fair bit more challenging than you might think, as hostiles, especially bosses, pack a serious punch, which gives you yet another reason to be excited about the new shield or piece of armor you've been saving all of your crafting material up for. The storyline that accompanies your climb from naked barbarian with a stick to industrial sweatshop proprietor with godlike power adds some appreciated context to what you're doing. You gotta defeat the most powerful pal tamers in each region, then battle a vague, unspeakable evil within the center of the world tree. Sadly, this setup is mostly just used as set dressing, a stream of generic and—
Well, yeah, no shit. They're not going to be what do you think that they're going to be doing? Writing Lord of the Rings? Come on. Right? Like, oh, it's just dressing, you know, it's really just there just to be there. Like, yeah, no shit. The game is more about the gameplay than the story writing. That's one of the things that I really appreciate about this studio is that these guys do not waste their time with stuff that just simply doesn't matter for a game like this. Would a good story be nice? Sure. Is it necessary? No.
entirely forgettable characters who direct you toward your next quest or ask you to go tick off.
I wouldn't necessarily say that they're all forgettable. There's a couple of them that you would never forget.
Some errand
A couple of them that you might not want to forget, so then you take them back to your base.
on a checklist. It's truly the bare minimum needed to string a quest line together, giving you amusing tasks to complete, but never actually making you feel like a part of the world. Unless you bring some friends along for the ride, you're in for a pretty isolating adventure. It certainly doesn't help that Palworld has a tendency to feel fairly barren while exploring. The handful of NPC villages you'll find are little more than small camps with a few samey merchants and quest givers hanging around, and you only really have cause to visit them either during specific quests or to buy supplies before rushing back out. The absolutely massive wild areas suffer from this.
What pal is this? I always see people floating around on this moon pal, Saline. Does she drop from meteors? Is that what it is? Because I've gotten like the other, like the Xenogard or whatever, but I haven't seen a Saline. I don't know if this is like an endgame area boss or something. She's from an endgame zone. Oh.
Same issue. Although
Meteors,
they are
wait.
always
No, somebody just said meteors on Japanese islands. So is she actually... Yeah, she's from the meteor. Okay, so like meteor drops in Sakurajima. Oh, okay, well I'm in Sakurajima. What are you eating? I'm eating Culver's. That's what I'm eating. I'm having a butter burger. It's delicious. And cheese curds.
filled with pals to catch, eggs and treasure chests to hunt, and materials to collect, they otherwise feel like entirely unsettled landscapes. You'll only rarely find NPC pal tamers exploring the islands, aside from the generic enemy camps where poachers shoot.
Butter in the burger? No, butter's not in the burger. Butter is on the buns. Wisconsin? No. Culver's is in Wisconsin, Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, Kentucky, the whole like Midwest region. What are you talking about?
At you for no discernible reason. It's especially weird that some vast islands exist without any clear purpose, covered with low-level pals, but no real reason to explore them aside from filling out your map, which can make that process a bit of a slog at times. But while the story and exploration
I don't really feel like that's too much of a drawback because you have really good access to like really good mounts to be able to move across the map and like explore a lot of places pretty quickly. Whoever was in like my last stream that told me that Tantris was goated, holy shit. Tantris is like the most goated ground mount that I've ever had in a video game. Like, it's like my favorite pal to take with me everywhere. And not only that, but like Tantris is strong as shit. Like that thing just nukes stuff sometimes. Like it has like the chaos or destruction tornadoes or whatever, which do like a shitload of fucking damage. So the spider, yeah. Because once you actually learn how to be able to use like the catapult for it, where like you hit it and then like just before you hit the ground, you jump and you just launch yourself across the map. Sometimes you can get really far by doing it. It's a lot of fun.
Can't carry Palworld on their own, the actual action and the progression systems that drive it more than pull their weight to make up for that.
Oh, dude.
This is a huge
Dude, this game is fucking massive. The amount of like crafting and building progression is absolutely absurd. The amount of variety and choice of stuff that you want to build, if you want to build it, if you don't want to, you want to use whatever kind of weapons or what, like it is crazy the amount of stuff that you can do in this game. There is so much. I feel like I've gotten so far, and then I look at the list, and I'm like, I haven't even touched this game.
Campaign that took me over 150 hours to complete, with plenty more left to do. And that marathon is paced brilliantly. It gets you into the action fast and points you toward clear objectives that push you out of your base to explore, fight bosses, and capture pals. You're given loads of XP and access to better equipment by simply following the path in front of you, and I always felt like I was just a tiny bit ahead of the difficulty curve without needing to do much grinding. Occasionally I'd run
I fall behind the difficulty curve constantly. I always am the guy that's fucking around and finding out going to the wrong areas at the wrong time. And then finally when I get it figured out and I turn my ass around, then I'm in the wrong area at the right time. Yes, where I'm like overpowered and then I can't capture anything. Like I have to like shoot or like beat pals manually, otherwise like my creatures will just like one-shot them.
To a high-level boss that had kicked my teeth in, forcing me to regroup and work on my build, but this was a pretty rare occurrence, and one I was never annoyed by since crafting new items to overcome those hurdles was usually a fun challenge. And although much of the map is more empty than I'd like it to be, certain areas at least have interesting barriers you'll need to overcome before continuing your march ever outward. For example, one region is dominated by a giant volcano, so you'll need to craft heat-resistant items.
So what is this? Another S tier thing Palworld does is level customization. You can make this entire game into 1,000 different experiences. Thank you for the 5, Elite. Yeah, you can really play it however you want to. And I also like how much player expression you get through like the skills and abilities and like pal breeding. I haven't really gotten into the breeding stuff that much. It's something that I need to dive into because I still want to get some better pals because I still want to get some like, you know, some stronger shit, but yeah.
To avoid catching on fire and slowly dying to the heat.
I have Jet Dragon for a dumbass reason, but like I got Jet Dragon and I got Nocklum, and I think that's pretty much it for like my strong. No. I also got the horse one, the legendary horse, the knight one. I can't remember its name.
Another area is suspended high in the air.
I just like at one point in time I got a bug in my ass and I was like, fuck it, I'm going exploring, and I just like ran around just exploring random shit, getting myself into weird places and cashing. Yes, Frostallion. Yeah, I got Frostallion knocked. That's what it was. Juan. Yeah.
Those who know the secret method to reach it. There's some cool boss fights to gate your progress too, like one against a giant whale that throws massive tidal waves at you, requiring you to have a flying pal at your side that can outrace the insanely tall walls of deadly water. That said, the number of memorable boss fights like this is dwarfed by the amount of forgettable ones, as most are just a matter of you and your pals slapping around some oversized creature until it dies.
So, what's better, Pokemon? Where you play rock, paper, scissors?
Thankfully, there is at least a good amount of choice for which pals do that slapping. You can battle alongside any pals you want in order to power them up, and various consumables will upgrade them even further. It's definitely a lot easier if you abandon your favorite pals for ones that are naturally stronger, like the options that appear later on, legendaries and whatnot. But as someone who prefers to reject the meta and use whichever creatures I connect most with, I was impressed by how many ways Palworld provides for you to raise lesser.
I like how this dude's like, he's like, but the guy that likes to enjoy that ignores the meta and instead chooses the pals that he resonates the most with, and he literally goes female pal. He literally. And then he goes,
ways Palworld provides for you to raise lesser pals up to be viable even through
and he
to
likes
endgame.
dogs. Oh my god.
For example, I caught a fiery Blazamut early on in my adventure that I bonded with immediately and wouldn't have parted with unless faced with no other option.
Oh, I want one of these. Where the fuck do I get this guy? I need to find one.
Leveled up, I kept finding new ways to improve my buddy's stats, give him more powerful attacks, and buff him in various other ways, such as grinding up duplicate copies of the pal to increase his star rating, and increasing our bond just by spending time with him in my party, both of which increased his stats. He even got strong enough that I was able to bring him into battle against post-game bosses without issue. It's pretty awesome that this is an option, because a pet peeve of mine and other creature collectors is when everyone's teams look identical by the end, as personal flair gives way to the inescapable gravity of raw stats. You'll need to develop those pals quite a bit too, because Palworld's endgame kicks the difficulty up to 11. It has some seriously challenging versions of each of the existing boss fights, plus raid encounters where you'll fight alongside practically every pal you've ever captured to take down a massive deadly monster.
That's really cool. I still haven't got to some of that endgame stuff yet. Well, I mean, it's going to be a while still, because I'm only like level 60 or something like that.
To aid you in the effort, there's quite a bit of equipment to unlock and rare resources to grind for, even beyond the main story. And the ancient relic recycler that spits out high-end resources and equipment when you claim victory against pals in the endgame region is a particularly nice touch for speeding up the grind as you get even deeper. Some of that grind can be a bit of a pain, like hunting for randomly dropped duplicates of a schematic so you can craft a better version needed to take down a raid boss, which becomes monotonous fairly quickly. But on the whole, there's quite a bit to chase if you're looking to extend your time past the credits, and I happily lost way too much time doing just that.
This is a game that you just fucking brain off and just grind and enjoy grind. Like when you play survival games like this, you are not looking for a I did it moment, right? There's a few of these games where they do have that, where you actually do get that like, hey, we did it. The game's over. We've put in the time and I got to the end and it did this thing and that's the end of the game. Most, and I would probably say everybody else is probably similar with this. I don't think I've ever truly beaten or finished a single survival game, because it's never actually about beating the game. It's about just like the journey of playing the game. And eventually you get over, or you get whatever you're looking for from it. And then once you get there, you're done. It's existing in it. Yeah.
Palworld cleverly blends an amusing creature collecting adventure with a traditional survival game to create something that's bizarre, disturbing, and incredibly bingeable. Forcing pals to work in your growing empire of industrialization as you conquer a hostile world in search of greater power is one of those endlessly satisfying loops you can lose some serious time to, especially when accompanied by friends. The story isn't worth following, some regions can feel pretty barren, and the base building mechanics could have used more time in early access, but those shortcomings are little more than a footnote when measured against the consistently enjoyable adventure around them. Palworld had me meticulously hunting every pal in my Palpedia, excitedly grinding for better gear to take on the next challenging region or boss, and self-reflecting on whether or not I was a bad person as I turned innocent animals into beasts of burden, adding them to my army of unpaid interns. The answer is probably yes, but that doesn't mean I want to stop anytime soon.
Reviews director Tom Marks here to talk to Travis Northup a little bit more about his review of Palworld, his third review of Palworld, because you reviewed the original early access launch and then also had a separate review for the Xbox version, which was really buggy at launch. And then you've also done a ton of other survival games for us, like Dune Awakening, Aloft, Satisfactory, Lord of the Rings Return to Moria. But there's a second half of this game that I wanted to ask you about, which is Pokemon. Let's talk about the gameplay comparison specifically with Palworld and Pokemon, because
I don't like this guy. I don't like him. The guy interviewing him, yeah, I like Travis Northup. I do not like the guy interviewing him. The guy that's interviewing him does this shit all the time with like every game. I forgot what the last game that he was doing something similar with before, but they had like a gamers wrong conversation shit, like drama, whatever. It was just weird.
These games get compared a lot, right? Not inappropriately. There's literal lawsuits going on, or were going on, about
literal.
The similarities
There's like
that they
literal
share, both
lawsuits
mechanically and in some of their designs. Which we should note, we didn't mention this in the review, but the 1.0 update changed some of their designs so they were a little less Pokemon.
You son of a fucking bitch. You are representing IGN and you can't even take the time to look up the lawsuits and what was actually filed. What are they under any legal direction to do? Yeah, those lawsuits literally don't involve designs. They're like, but you know, these are companies that are under literal lawsuits. Isn't this game kind of problematic? Isn't it kind of problematic?
Like, or at least that's what it seemed like. But I guess how similar are they in terms, like, do you think that it's mostly a skin deep comparison in terms of like monster collecting and the designs?
I also appreciate how this guy had zero reaction for anything this retard said.
Or do you think that like a Pokemon fan who's not really into survival games or just doesn't play survival games could come into this and enjoy it for similar-ish reasons?
I do not think that is true. So,
okay.
Yeah, I think it is kind of a skin deep comparison because it is funny, and it's like, it is the elephant in the room of like, look how much they're just cribbing off of the Pokemon stuff. I do think it's a skin deep comparison because, you know, Pokemon has always been like a turn-based RPG, and it has the kind of training, battling in the center, and it is that genre, it like first and foremost. And I would say the Palworld is first and foremost a survival game that has
every time you lose it, I laugh so hard. Thank you for the 20, Noah. I just like, I hear shit like that, and it's just like, you fucking liars, dude. Just stop, man. Like, at least know the subject matter that you're discussing. Like, why are you going out there? And like, that's the shit that I'm talking about, how it just kind of like continues to perpetuate the lie around this game, right? It just continues to perpetuate the lie around this game, the idea that these guys were sued based on their creature designs when that never happened.
Creature collection as sort of the vehicle through which you're moving through that survival game kind of formula. But it has a lot more in common with Valheim than it has with Pokemon. on a moment-to-moment gameplay framing, right? If you are somebody who just likes Pokemon and you really hate those grindy tree puncher games where you're having to craft your clothes, you're not going to like this game because that's 90% of what you're doing. And it's actually kind of funny because sometimes I will forget that it is like a Pokemon-like game because I'm just focused on, I got to craft that new gun, and then I'm going to go get on my pal and fly over there to go, raid this area and stuff. And
That's a really good point to bring up, and I didn't actually think of it. With Palworld, I don't really do the PAL stuff as much. I catch a lot of stuff. I go and I catch a lot of pals and whatnot like that, and I get but I'm mostly grabbing them as workers. I'll be honest with you. And also obviously supplementary offense when I'm fighting stuff and things like that. But this guy's Twitter. Who is this? Writer for IGN. I always wear a suit and play too many video games. Yeah, I like this dude. Yeah, I like Travis. I think there's been probably a couple of reviews of his that I didn't like, but not bad. But the point that I'm trying to make is I haven't messed with any of my pals' skills. I haven't tried to condense them and give them 5 stars because I didn't know when that was worthwhile. I think it's probably my whole I have never felt like it was necessary for me to do those things. At least not yet. Maybe I do later. Maybe I do later at one point, but not right now.
Kind of just so caught up in it that, you get into a gym battle. They're not really gym battles, but you're fighting these trainers at a tower, and you're like, oh right, it's also.
You should do it for expeditions.
So just
noted.
It's also just a weird Pokemon clone, but yeah, it is a kind of a skin deep comparison because I think to say that is really overlooking most of what Palworld is. It mashes a whole bunch of things together that shouldn't work, and they do. And so I think if you're not interested in, especially the survival game part of that, you're probably not going to care that there are Pokemon-like creatures in it.
So with this being more of a survival game, the other part of that formula, or a very common part of that formula, is the co-op, is getting a party and building a base together and going out and fighting together, or splitting up and each doing your own tasks to save time as you progress. Does this feel like a game that really needs to be played in co-op, or could you just sort of jump into it solo and enjoy that? Obviously, it's a very large game. It'll go quicker co-op, but does that feel essential? Does it feel imbalanced solo?
Yeah, I go back and forth on this because I am somebody who enjoys playing survival games alone oftentimes, but then you have a friend or two join you and you forget how much better playing with friends is. And so it's very hard for me to remove those two because even though I did play this game alone maybe half the time, I was only setting things up and getting excited for when my friends eventually logged on, and then we would be playing together. And so it's hard to separate.
My only worry when I go to play games with people, I don't know if you guys have the same problem too, is as much as I like to be able to play with as much as I like to play with other people, my issue is when it comes to these survival games, I'm such a fucking savage with these games that I can't stop, and I know I'm just gonna over level. I'm gonna level past. They're gonna be okay, so I can't wait to play next, and then and when they say play next, I'm oh, okay, so do you mean a few hours, or I'm do you mean in tomorrow morning, the entire day, for 12 hours? And I'm and every single time I am that guy where my friends log on and they're what's up? What happened? I remember when I tried it, me trying to play, I have to purposefully be playing another game and be much more dedicated. Sorry. I have to be much more dedicated to that game than the game I'm playing with my friends. Otherwise, I am going to level past them or progress past them in some way. So what I do, I'll just use it. I'll use it as an example. The last time that I played Terraria with somebody, I was like knee deep in another game at the same time. And I tried to make sure that I waited until I was knee deep in another game. So then that way I knew that like once I'd get done playing Terraria with them, I would immediately go back and start playing that game that I was playing before. But even still then, I would still find the time to just like randomly log on and be like, well, you know, I'd kind of like us to be able to fight this boss and that boss the next time that we played. So, you know, maybe it's a better idea if, you know, I'll hop on. I would really like to make sure that I could actually, you know, I kind of want to make a cell phone. But to get the cell phone, I need the stuff from fishing because I need to make the fish finder. I can do the fishing, you know, off stream, but to do the fishing, I also need to make sure that I go ahead and create us a herb farm so I can make potions for better fishing rates while fishing. And there it goes.
And I will say this game in particular, like
GG,
some
motherfucker,
survival
it's
games
gone.
benefit by the idea that you feel like you're in a strange.
Let me just
and
build an
isolated world
arena for this boss fight. That's actually how most times would start me doing a bunch of other random shit I didn't need to do would almost always start with, oh, the next time we're going to fight Plantera. Let me go build an arena for us to fight Plantera. Oh, okay, I guess now we're going to fight Yaron. Okay, well, I need to build something real big to fight Yaron.
There's no one else around and you're just like a lone person surviving in the wilderness. Palworld does not benefit from that aesthetic at all. When the world is empty, it feels really bad, like a unfinished game, because it's a world that is kind of similar to a Pokemon world where you expect to see like other pal tamers running around and stuff, and the game doesn't have that in there, right? And so if you don't have your friends, it feels more isolating, I think. So as a rule, I don't think it's necessary to play survival. I don't think survival games are always better in co-op, but I think Palworld definitely is. And so, yeah, I probably wouldn't recommend it to people playing solo because it's so much more fun along friends for a wide variety of reasons. Whether it's, you know, oh, I don't have room for this pal in my lineup, but you do, so bring that one, and then we'll kind of combine together. And then also there's like big raid activities that can happen that doing it alone puts you at a massive disadvantage. It's not impossible, but like it's just easier if you do it with friends. And then stuff like that where it'll have like, there's like items you can craft that are like guild items where anybody in your guild can access the resources that are in your guild chest, or any.
Next day, your friend logs in and half the jungle is excavated. No, if we're talking about Terraria specifically, my friends would log on and find out that I have completely isolated every biome possible to make sure that it's never taken by corruption.
Pals that are in the guild pal box, and so all of those items have almost no use if you're playing completely solo. And so it's just a game that very much leans into multiplayer and
like before we even start hard mode. Like hard mode hasn't even started yet, and I have basically like every single biome sectioned off perfectly to make sure that no biome gets fucking
feels like it is best suited for multiplayer. So yeah, if you're on the fence about whether or not to play it alone, I would just
the
say,
walls keep
you know,
us safe.
If you
they
can
do
play it with friends, you definitely should.
Well, Travis, thank you so much.
Yeah, no, this is actually really good. I actually really enjoyed this review overall. I didn't really like the stupid ass like, what about the Pokemon fucking question shit. Just bothers the fucking shit out of me. I'm gonna say I'll share it to you guys. I give it a view and give it a like. I actually think this is actually a really good review from IGN, mostly because what they're saying agrees with what I believe. If they did not say what I believe, then it would not have been a good video. I want to make that very clear. The second guy is kind of a tool. Yes. Yeah, a little bit. A little toolish. Well, now we've already watched one. Fuck, we're going to watch 2 IGN reviews today. IGN's review is a bit controversial, they say. Controversial. The Bethesda Game Studio Union has filed for a new legal complaint against Xbox, claiming that the company violated Canadian labor laws in handling its layoffs at Montreal studio. And guess what? Guess what's going to happen? Nothing. You're going to lay out more flowers for your fallen developers. That's what's going to happen. Nakey Jakey wants YouTube to bring back the dislike button as it helped expose misleading videos. do you know what? Just from a like societal standpoint, for like this, for like saving of society, we need to have a dislike button. People, I think we all need to universally be able to like and dislike something and let it be known that the public does not like something. YouTube recently removed likes for discount for mobile. I still have likes on my channel. You can actually choose to remove stuff on the like on the app if you wanted to. There's an option for me on there to like remove dislikes and likes. Goat. Oh, I fucking love Jake. Jakey's I've always I it saddens me because I realize that I'm probably too spicy of a content creator to be friends with Jake, but I've watched his stuff for years. Like I would guarantee I'm probably somebody he would watch a video of mine and be like, man, this guy needs to chill out. But that's okay. We have our spaces. Disagree, you're pretty lukewarm? I guess. I don't really know. My next game will be a single-player game, no live service, no microtransactions. It will ship on physical media. That's Christopher Barrett, former Destiny guy. Good to see. Honestly, the thing is that like when I see developers like this that, you know, have a stop virtue signaling this shit, that game will fail, mark it and book it. Just a fact, the only goal is to release it so there is no failure. That's actually true. That is actually true. Say something interesting. Okay, I got you. Banned. Is that interesting enough for you? Anyway, new, oh my god, I saw this. New look at Insomniac's Wolverine game. No. No shit, they had to use the Jumanji. Oh my god. What is with Insomniac specifically? And just absolutely butchering the shit out of people's faces. Like, you cannot tell, like I actually think it's like two parts. I think like the first part is that, you know, they, like, it's intentional. Like, they're trying to soften the look of men. They're trying to harden the look of women. Like, part of it is like ideological, right? Like, it's a very intentional choice that they're making with the way that they're designing some of these characters. But then also at the same time, I think something else happened in the background. While these guys were making all of these intentional choices, they also just became worse at their job. So now the characters themselves just actually start looking like shit entirely. That looks awful. It looks so bad. Yeah, look at this. Why is it so hard? Can the alphabet people let us have this one thing for fuck's sakes? No, it's fucking, what are you talking about? This is Insomniac. They fucking, they made Mary Jane look like she had the jawline of an anvil. What are you talking about? I don't understand why would you not make him look like grizzled? He's Wolverine. This is probably one of the worst designs for Wolverine's face ever. I think it's dude, this is fried. Yes, fried is probably the best way to be able to use it. As an artist, I feel ashamed. I would too. This is rough, dude. This is so rough. There's a reason California's digital law. Oh, I love this. There's a reason California's digital ownership law didn't apply to GOG. When you buy a game here, you actually get to keep it. They're not wrong. You know, like, if it wasn't for a lot of the only one of the reasons, like, I use both. I use GOG and I use Steam, and it just depends on what game, and it kind of goes back and forth. But like Steam has like so many like useful tools and stuff like that I want to be able to use. But like, if I were to tell anybody what platform should you buy your games off of, it's going to be GOG. The only problem is, in a lot of cases, you're not going to be able to get a hold of everything because most of these guys don't want to sell their games DRM free, and GOG is all about DRM free. Hell, these guys will even let you be able to get an executable file and put it on a thumb drive if you wanted to, or on a disc, and then you could just literally have a physical copy of a game if you wanted. It's like, they are the GOAT. They are the GOAT. Yeah, they're so good. Oh, South of Midnight wins big award after big studio. Or sorry, oh my God, South of Midnight wins big award after studio ditched by Xbox. You know what they should probably ask? How much can they sell that? How much can they sell that award for? Can they pawn it in? I don't understand what this like games journalist obsession with like prestige is, that they for some odd reason think that these like studios can run on awards. It's so obnoxious. It's so obnoxious. It's just like, okay, that's cool. Yeah, no. South of Midnight won awards. Why does that mean Xbox needs to hold on to them? They didn't make any money. And now they're going independent. That's probably the other thing that, like, what are you bitching about? Why are you still bitching all this time later? Xbox let these guys go independent. Xbox could have shut their studio down. They didn't. They said, hey, if you guys think you can go fight it out on your own, go ahead and fight it out on your own. But these guys still want to be mad? Why? Because you think that Xbox needs to have these guys on welfare? That they're supposed to be sitting around just being able to be free and creative and live on paychecks and get paid to do fucking nothing? That's not how this works. Awards don't mean anything anymore. No, I do think the awards have some meaning, but the awards really only mean anything if the product is actually profitable enough to get you over the finish line. These game developers, they're striking right now outside of Microsoft's or Xbox's headquarters. They're all pissed off about the layoffs. And the thing is, they're like, they say like profits over players or profits over developers or something like that. It's just like, yeah. I mean, like, at some point they do have to make money. Like, don't get me wrong. I get that, like, Xbox and Microsoft's obviously a big part of this conversation, but like, their return on investment out of Microsoft Gaming or Xbox Studios is like, they're losing like 64 cents on a dollar. That's not good. That's you don't pay bills with that. That means that Microsoft is quite literally just flat out fitting the bill for Xbox. That means even with the money that they're bringing in from Activision and from all these other studios and everything else, all the live service games and everything else that they have, that's not covering the bills. They still need money from Microsoft to be able to get over the finish line. 65 cents on the dollar is a big loss. It's huge. It's huge. So it's crazy for me to see that, like, these guys just don't really understand how, like, the economics for some of this stuff works. And while, like, costs need to get cut in some places, have them cut in the right places. And I'm going to tell you right now, having the studio sit around and paying these guys a few $1 million a year to be able to make games that don't make you any money, that's a cost that gets cut. And it got cut in the best way possible, where these guys still got to maintain their IP and maintain their independence. Like, they still get to go try it again, but this time on their own. It's just stupid. No. What is this? More game developers are backing Steam's AI disclosure policy, saying that players deserve to know when generative AI is used in a game. In an interview with Games Radar, many indie developers said that Valve's requirement to disclose AI-generated content is the right to move. Oh my God, I'm fucking blind. Is the right move. In an interview with Games Radar, many indie developers said that Valve's requirement to disclose AI-generated content is the right move because it gives players transparency and helps them make informed decisions. Ensure creator Brian Berge said that gamers have a right to know how their games are made and a right to choose what they are supporting. Yeah. I've always held the position, and I can back this up, but you guys can probably have heard me say this already 1,000 times. I don't really give too much of a shit about the use of AI. I can understand why maybe people feel like it makes their experience like there's like less effort, or maybe it makes their experiences cheaper for whatever reason. But I still think that technology can be used just fine to be able to make just a fine product. The problem is that most of the people that are using it to cut corners and to deliver a low effort product, which then ends up being a piece of shit, right? And in that case, because of, we already know that the vast majority of AAA companies and a lot of these guys are going to be trying to use it for those ends. If that's the case, well then, yeah, this stuff needs to be transparent. I have nothing against it, but at the exact same time, I think that people should have full transparency and they should know if a technology that they are or are not comfortable with is in the games that they're buying. Like, even though I'm not necessarily on the side of the people that are like, boo, AI bad. Like don't get me wrong, there are some like real serious conversations to have about AI and shit like that. But at the exact same time, there's also some of the more like reactionary freakouts that you see from some people. This witch hunt against AI is dumb. Either way, I still believe that those consumers have a right to know what they're buying. That's how I am. It is what it is. Simple as that. That's what my position is. So I think it's good that Steam, and also the other thing is too, is if you think you're right on, if you think you're on the right side of this conversation, then you're gonna sit here and try to tell me that you would agree with Tim Sweeney over Gabe. Because Tim Sweeney is the one that's saying it's bullshit that Steam still has the disclosure for AI, but Gabe is like, no, we should definitely have it. So, sometimes it's not about the position you're taking, it's who you're taking that position next to. Citrus, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Tim is so anti-consumer, it's comedic. I do not like Tim Sweeney. I'm going to say kind words. Valve's massive Steam Deck price, of course, it destroyed sales. I'd seen that already. Is there anything else importante? Microsoft launches ads. Halo Remake totters as the 3 horsemen of the 2026 releases. Play absolutely has limits. All services are experiencing issues. Account management, gaming and social, PlayStation Video, PlayStation Store, PlayStation Direct. You can't connect to any PlayStation services. Yeah, just give us the all-digital future. Just ignore all of this. Don't you see the sales, the data? It's all the justification that you need. This is it. You'll love this. Play absolutely has limits. Yeah. I mean, like, this is the stuff that you're kind of looking forward to. The funny thing is that you're still going to have people that are going to forgive for it. Like, actually, speaking of, I saw this. Check this out. So, looking at this post that we were talking about earlier, this like ad post where he's talking about this, like, you're seeing a lot of people that are defending some of these decisions that these companies are making. You slide into the comments of this. I like this transparency. This is talking about adding ads into video games. This is talking about bringing an ad-based platform into the games industry. I like this transparency. Keep an eye on this. PlayStation will follow. Didn't you say in your last interview or the ads, lying to our faces? No, it's a different thing. Obviously you guys will get greedy and slowly enforce it into paid plans. That's right, baby. No, you don't follow me. That's too bad. Matt Booty's stance on Xbox exclusive games seems so much different than yours. He really downplayed the amount of single player focused games. No, that's not really it. Thanks. We'll give it a try. Love this. Maybe someone is away from their tablet or phone and they want to jump into a session real quick. Is this getting botted? With cloud saves being in sync, it's really fun to do. I still suggest people grab an ultimate sub, but this is great if you're unsure of what your option would be. Is this getting botted? Xbox, when you ask them why can't you just play games you already own without ads?
Somebody get these beggars out of here.
I have a gig of internet and this runs like butt on my devices. Oh my god, dude. The Usual Suspects. How are these guys getting upvotes? What is this? The Usual Suspects are going to hate this mostly because they're miserable people. I've got 2 8-year-old kids that I want to subject to ads as much as I possibly can. They're surprised when they play a game that was free that doesn't have ads. How do you not recognize the problem here, my friend? Ads are just as much of a part of gaming as they are a part of TV. No, they're not. No, they're not. Why I personally don't like it, then why are you subjecting your kids to it? What fucking brain damage are you suffering from? And I will always pay to avoid them. This is our economy. As long as Microsoft tries to keep it unobtrusive as possible, anything to keep costs down for most people is a good thing. Look at his username. Dr. Tobias Funke, world's first. I can't, dude. Guys, I fucking can't, man. This shit is crazy. Even though, like, my kids are always surprised by it. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Like, I can't, dude. That shit's botted as hell. It's a rage bait account, probably, but I think also at the same time, like there's other ones in there that were genuine and other ones that were either bots or something like that. I'm not really too sure, but like shit, just I don't understand. I guess what I don't understand is that like there's been like zero, like there's more people that are mad. There's more people right now that are mad about PlayStation physical games. They're not even paying attention to fucking. And that's why I want to be clear. The reason why Xbox is doing this now is because PlayStation is going through a PR nightmare. That's the reason Xbox is choosing to do this now. It's the easiest and the best way for them to be able to just slide in under the radar. They bought the fuck out of their Call of Duty stuff. Oh, 100%. All the like Call of Duty like trailers and stuff like that, they get botted to shit. It's bad. It's so bad. Okay, I want to watch the. I take it back. I do want to watch the. I want to watch the Halo review. I saw some Xbox fans who were getting really mad about the Halo review that IGN did, and that made me want to watch it even more. I saw some people talking about the Halo tax, and I was like, oh, hell yeah. I love hearing about me some Halo tax. I love seeing me some Halo tax. Where is their review?
Good to see you, Master Chief.
You could tell a single-player campaign is truly great when revisiting it sparks a similar joy as your very first run, even when you remember how it all plays out beat by beat. Pistol shots on scrambling grunts, sticking elites with plasma grenades, popping Flood like bubble wrap with an assault rifle. Halo Campaign Evolved rekindled the familiar feeling of playing the original on a rented Xbox at my grandma's house in 2001.
I mean, I think like general visuals actually look pretty solid.
But as much as I adore Halo's campaign with its simple yet thoughtful combat design, you can only play the hits so often. When the base game, the Anniversary Edition, through the Master Chief Collection are all readily available in 2026, it's easy to see this remake as more of an Unreal Engine test than anything else. There's a new batch of skulls and 3 prequel missions to sweeten the deal, which are a fun few hours to blast through, but the changes outside the graphical overhaul are otherwise subtle, neither tangibly improving nor detracting from what I played 25 years ago.
Yeah, I think a lot of these environments look pretty improved, to be honest with you. Like, I've played Halo recently. Like, really recently, now that I think about it. It's only been like a couple months since I played Halo 1 again. But, like, I don't know, man. Like, there's also something, like, really weird about, like, the Halo Infinite, like, the engine that they're using. I know they're using, like, Unreal, I think, but, like, I don't know.
So while it's great to
There's something, like, much more floaty about Halo Infinite than there is about any other Halo game.
see the ways in which Halo has aged well, we've been down this road many times before. There aren't really any surprises here for those who've played Halo before. Master Chief awakens as the UNSC flagship is invaded by the Alien Covenant, and he escapes by landing on a mysterious ring planet. In its twists and turns through various biomes and chromed out Forerunner halls,
I actually kind of look how, like, the forests and stuff look in this, though.
you uncover the truth about Halo itself, paving the way for the rest of the series. It's a clean, no-nonsense story that's refreshingly simple in retrospect. And it's nice to be reminded that Master Chief, alongside Cortana, embodied the sentiment that
What is up with that fucking face? I don't get it, dude.
rock, especially when the music starts kicking in just before the action heats up. Campaign Evolved includes some brand new cutscenes that teeter between kinda hokey to just fine. For example, pulling up to the beachfront in a Pelican for the silent cartographer has a little extra gravity, but I do miss that original first-person fly-in. While the one at the bow of the Pillar of Autumn for the opening mission doesn't really have the same sense of urgency. But overall, there's a beauty in how quick Halo is to the punch, and it's this initial setup of a distinct sci-fi world that set the stage for some of the best designed shootouts of its era, which revolutionized first-person games on console at the time. The sense of wonder when trying to figure out which direction to go upon exploring Halo itself as Covenant ships constantly dropped grunts, elites, and jackals made for encounters that felt organic and varied. That mix of enemies alone was strong enough bread and butter for basic encounters, and when they're accompanied by armor-clad hunters or cloaked elites lurking with energy swords, I'm reminded that Halo was so much more than a scripted shooting gallery. And it's still a hearty challenge on legendary runs, rivaling FPS campaigns of the modern day. As annoying as it may be to wipe from something like a pesky suicidal grunt running around with two
like immediately getting flashbacks of like multi-skull like achievement runs with like high difficulty, like the highest difficulty, and just getting like one shot by a suiciding grunt, and it's just like bruh, it's like the scariest thing in the world. All skull run, yeah.
plasma grenades in hand.
It's still today the reason why the Happy Birthday skull is my favorite.
The You just have to accept it and play a little smarter next time. Positioning, grenade placement, and making the most of whatever weapons are available are parts of Halo's combat calculus that remain solid all these years later. There are stretches that rely on repeat corridors for a little too long, working your way through the library alongside Guilty Spark, grinding through Covenant ships' hallways, or backtracking during 2 betrayals. These aren't the most exciting parts of Halo. However, the fundamentals of its iconic, satisfying gunplay still make the repetition enjoyable at least. Moments like being able to take a Scorpion tank or Banshee through the snow-covered valleys and approach open firefights with Halo's sense of freedom make the lulls a little more forgivable.
It's kind of interesting to see like in a Halo 1 game actually having like some of the Halo 2 and 3 mechanics of like boarding and like, you know, dropping a nade in or stealing a vehicle.
The Unreal Engine 5 makeover is technically impressive,
Pop.
and the way that high-fidelity
Yay!
games built on Unreal often have the approximation of photorealism. Those finer details are definitely noticeable, which is all the more apparent.
That's what made it like that much more satisfying when you got a BR and you're just sitting there with a BR just popping every single grunt's head. I don't know why I found it so funny.
Since I replayed this campaign in the Master Chief Collection just before this review. Fidelity alone isn't really what made Halo enduring, though, and the change in atmosphere is also a change in personality. It's like every surface has a glossy sheen to it, as if it was weirdly buffed out with gallons
Oh yeah,
of
it's
glass.
kind of weird.
Now, I remember the same debate when the Anniversary Edition came along, but at least it did have the instant visual swap button, and of course, Campaign Evolved doesn't, since it's a rebuilt game. While it's cool to see the modernization because the change in aesthetic doesn't hurt the experience, it isn't always a stylistic improvement necessarily. There's this odd fuzziness I notice in some UE5 games that's present here, and sometimes it's really noticeable, almost like an ugly film grain you can't turn off. And then there's some weird distortion around weapon models when you're in motion. That said, there are moments where the visual overhaul had me taken aback. The way the setting sun beamed through the cracks of the Pillar of Autumn in the Maw fed into the bleak, melancholic feeling of that final mission. The way plasma weapons lit up cavern walls as the Covenant and Flood duked it out added some depth to the tight spaces and chaotic battles there.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Along with the mood lighting and slimy biomechanical motifs of later missions, it reinforced the idea that the original Halo could have a slight horror edge to it at times. Campaign Evolved also sort of Frankensteins parts of other Halo games together. The physics and controls seem to be based largely off of Halo Reach, while character models are borrowed from a mishmash of others. Those are some of the more subtle examples, but the inclusion of several weapons that weren't usable in the original is a much more prominent one. The purist in me wasn't always a fan of this move, but when I was launching fuel rods into enemies, lunging with energy swords, or plucking out Flood with a sentinel beam, I really couldn't complain since they feel incredible to use and add variety to combat. I feel similarly about the addition of sprinting, which changes the cadence of the campaign in certain parts, but it makes long stretches of corridors easier to blast through, and it let me—
Oh man, I that's something I think I largely am just gonna have to get a feel for. I feel like you know, this many years later, we've kind of like standardized sprinting in games, so it kind of makes sense that you have sprinting, right? But also at the same time, I don't know, dude. There's definitely some like long, boring corridors that you have to run through in Halo, and I still remember some of that stuff, and so I could see it being a little bit better. But I guess I'm just kind of worried about like how that like changes the gameplay fundamentally, because a lot of these maps were not designed for sprinting.
Run past encounters, but I'd rather not engage in altogether.
I think we'd miss it if it wasn't there.
Tucked away to activate when you want. This doesn't make that
We've been
much
so
of a
long down
difference,
that
but
road.
it is
Yeah,
nice
that's
to
my-
hit the
that's kinda
overshield
what my
just before
position.
pulling up on 2 hunters at the same time. You'll also notice that there are no medkits and health regenerates over time, and that the rocket launcher has vehicle lock-on, as a few more examples.
Shifting.
I'd be remiss not to mention skulls, the secret little modifiers you'll find in the most unlikely places in each mission. This is a carryover from the Anniversary Edition, with a batch of new ones added on top. To me, skulls have been one of the more interesting ways a campaign adds replay value in both having to hunt for them and then redo missions with them active. Runs can get pretty bizarre with goofy changes like Grunt Birthday Party, or challenging ones where you can only charge your shield through melee kills. And then the remix modifiers are a welcome addition, where you can either randomize the types of enemies you encounter or weapons you pick up throughout the campaign. I like how off the rails these can be, and in the absence of PvP multiplayer, these can liven up a co-op playthrough with absolute chaos, mostly
I don't know if you guys feel the same way, and maybe this is like a weird take for me to have, but like as much as I like Halo as an entire series, right? Like I think about the games that I enjoyed the most, Halo 1, 2, 3, 4, or Halo 1, 2, 3, Reach, ODST, right? I have different memories from each one. So like when I actually don't really have that much nostalgia. I guess I do. I do. I do have a lot of nostalgia for 1, but I have more nostalgia for 1 from multiplayer, like 4-player multiplayer LAN parties. I don't really have like a lot of nostalgia for just like I guess just the campaign vanilla. It's more like the 4v4 multiplayer LAN parties and stuff like that. Like that was what I had that for. Halo 3, that's the game that I had the most like campaign nostalgia for. Like me and the boys playing Halo 3 multiplayer or Halo 3 campaign together on launch night or at just after the midnight launch. Just like going in and then like no wifing that game for like 3 days and then going to school like so tired but it's the only thing that you can think of and you just can't wait to go home and all my grades slipped and I think I almost failed one of my classes that year. It was perfect. It was the greatest time ever. It was the greatest time ever. ODST is a game. ODST is fucking insane. That game was also really good. But like when I'm just talking about like where like peak and I think like where most of my nostalgia is, like I guess like one of the reasons I haven't been like super like completely stoked about this is because like for me and Halo, because I didn't own an Xbox. I didn't have the money for an Xbox, so I never owned the original Halo. I didn't get to play Halo regularly until Halo 2. That's when I finally could own an Xbox, and I bought it from a pawn shop for cheap. And then like Halo 2 was like when I really got in. Then Halo 3 I was like really got in. But yeah, Halo 1 I didn't actually own. So I did play I did play all of the like the campaign for it, like most of my memories are just going to like LAN parties and playing the game like multiplayer. So for it to not have multiplayer just kind of feels like a miss.
A good kind.
Boo.
The big attraction, however, are the 3 new prequel missions that take place a year before the events of the main campaign. Master Chief and Sergeant Johnson end up tag-teaming a rescue operation to save UNSC Marines held captive.
Galo is dead. Dude, the only people that ever called Halo Galo were PlayStation fans that didn't have anything worth fucking playing. They were like JRPG Final Fantasy players that literally didn't even know what a first-person shooter was. Like it was like they were in it was bad. Now, I mean, obviously it's a completely different Halo, right? But back then, the people that were like always trying to like clown on Halo, it's just like these people were just so jealous that they couldn't play the game. They were so jealous they couldn't play the game. Yeah, Killzone will kill Halo. Haze will, oh my god, Haze. Oh no. Yeah, everything was a Halo killer back then. Nobody could touch it. It was just the best. It was the best first-person shooter. And basically the funny thing is that all these years later, even if people want to try to like make fun of the game, you're still today, if you're using a controller, you're using this game's shooting controls today. Still, all of these years later. These were the shooting controls that were adopted across every platform for every shooter, even still today. So this game has made your experience for every shooter you have played since it came out.
The big attraction,
what that means is that you got a little Galo in you.
However, are the 3 new prequel missions that take place a year before the events of the main campaign. Master Chief and Sergeant Johnson end up
why prequel? Why? That's all. Why? Why do you have to do it? Is it necessary? Was it necessary? Were you asked to? Halo Reach is a prequel because the current story is a mess. I guess they're like, oh, hey, here, we're going to do this prequel we're going to completely try to fucking dog shit ruin the experience of Halo and we're going to do it with our own interpretation of what the prequel for the game would look like.
Missions that take place a year before the events of the main campaign. Master Chief and Sergeant Johnson end up tag teaming a rescue operation to save UNSC Marines held captive on a Covenant ship, and while they're not exactly revolutionary levels, they fit the mold of a traditional Halo campaign in terms of encounter design and challenge. That also means a chunk of that time is, again, spent on bobbing and weaving through ship hallways as you mow down the usual suspects. A handful of moments do shine as bright as the blinding flash of a plasma grenade in UE5. The gilded halls of the ship's high-class rooms give a retro-futurist aesthetic akin to Destiny's Leviathan raid, and the outdoor combat arenas have a clever way of working into the story of these prequel missions, while providing a little more room for those open encounters Halo has historically been good at. The lore implications add a little extra depth to our understanding of the Covenant, even if they don't move the needle in terms of what's established in the existing Halo story.
Yeah, because they can't fucking do anything. Of course. They're like, oh, it adds a little bit of context, but it doesn't actually move the needle. Yeah, no shit, because they don't have any good storytellers.
Storytelling itself leans more into cheesy action movie tropes, but I'm not one who's precious about that part.
Let me take a wild guess and say that the vast majority of the dialogue and cutscenes from this entire section of the prequel part is mostly just Marvel movie nonsense and just millennial cringe.
Of the series. And if that means more time with Chief and Johnson together, I'm not going to turn my nose up at it.
Okay, Mr. Monologue. Sorry to interrupt, but we're on the clock.
Fights include your typical wave of Covenant foes, but the new brutes present a fun little twist to
You're
combat
correct.
encounters.
You're correct. How did you guess? It's mostly because they all do it. It looks lifeless, man. Yeah. Thank you, Hari, for the 2. Really enjoyed some of the Resistance back in 09 and 08 and 09. Galo Studios. Brother, you are stuck in the past.
They have a glowing chip on their chest, and if you shoot it out, they'll go berserk and attack anything.
The console wars are over, and they've been over for decades. Like, there's still... What is it? Hold on, let me find it real quick. Oh shit, my bad. Where is it? Let's Guy in chat right now. Yeah, and they all lost. Yeah, they all lost. One soldier still on the front lines.
Which can be an asset in tougher battles. It's also fun to plink the chip and just watch them go to town on defenseless grunts. As imposing as they may be when they're rushing you down, keeping the overpowered needle rifle on hand made short work of them, or any enemy for that matter. There's some really good encounters in these missions, but I was also hyped for the dogfights that were showcased in the lead up to release. And while it was a neat little diversion to take a Seraph into the stars for actual space combat, it was short-lived and wrapped up just as it was starting to take off. I appreciate the 2 to 3 hours the bonus missions add, given that it's more Halo, and technically new, and I'm glad Campaign Evolved retains the magic of running these missions in co-op. But when a good chunk of Halo's legacy lies in PvP multiplayer, and perhaps a bit with PvE firefights, I can't help but feel that something important is missing in a campaign-only remake. So who is this for? Well, it's for Halo Studios, a gesture of goodwill that it has figured out the technical path forward for a franchise that's been underserved in recent years.
So who is this for? It's for the studio. Do you not see the problem with that? Goodwill? Yeah, goodwill for $60. Goodwill, so yeah, it's goodwill so that you can buy just a campaign for $60. What goodwill is that? Oh wow, that's fantastic. Wow.
And one that's expected to be part of Xbox's increasing reliance on revitalizing legacy franchises. With that in mind, Campaign Evolved proves that while the original Halo didn't really need a remake, it at least still has some spark.
Yeah, somebody said underserved. That is like the softest language I've ever heard in my life. What do I usually say when it comes to Halo? This is a dog shit franchise that these guys have been dragging through the mud for years, and it's an embarrassment that the studio still exists and is still allowed to make games. This guy, they've been underserved.
spark left in it, and the hope is that it leads to fresher ideas.
With those odds, I'm content with 3. Make that 4 kills.
It's no secret that Halo Campaign Evolved is a test run for developer Halo Studios and its future using the Unreal Engine, and from that perspective, it makes sense why this is a pretty slim package that retreads well-worn territory. The fact that I still had a blast revisiting the original Halo story in 2026 speaks to its timelessness, however, and the gunplay that revolutionized first-person console games and co-op multiplayer make it worth playing today. But almost all of that is a credit to Halo in general, and not necessarily Campaign Evolved specifically. The new prequel missions are a fun couple of hours of usual Halo fare, and the elevation in technical detail with UE5 and the subtle tweaks in the older missions are nice to see, but I don't think they're transformative in a way that makes a significant difference to what's been great about Halo even 2-something decades later. And with the Master Chief Collection right there, which also has the robust multiplayer suite, Campaign Evolved is mostly a shiny trip down memory lane.
An actual legit 7 out of IGN. It's a classic. It's a classic 7. But it's I think it might be actually a well-deserved one in this case, because it's just like, I don't know. I might end up giving it less depending on what my experience is with it when I play it.
Reviews director Tom Marks.
No, I don't want to hear you guys. I don't want to hear you anymore. I've already watched you once. I don't want to see you again. I don't want to see you again. Fair review. I think he was actually fair enough. He was just kind of like 7 is mid and he's mid. So he's just like, you know, yeah, he's like, you know what? This game's mid. I'm pretty good. Let's just go leave it at that. 7 IGN equals pass. Well, I mean, it depends on the game. If it's a hot chick in the game, and it could still come out be a 7 and be worth it. But in this case, after seeing what they came back with, I kind of get it now. Forget about official remasters. New Vegas is coming to Morrowind. Oh, whatever. Let's just talk about modded shit. Is there anything else that's going on? Anything else happen? I don't trust that. Excuse me. What is this? Why does every dialogue line in the game feel like it's AI generated? They did a really bad job at representing scale in this game. Like, they made the Halo ring look like it's so small. Like, even the way that it's like breaking apart right now, it doesn't do a good job at representing scale. Like, this does not look like a massive ring planet in the sky.
Shut them down. We'll need them later.
Did anyone else make it?
Scanning. No. Just dust and echoes. We're all that's left. We did what we had to do. For Earth. An entire Covenant armada obliterated, and the Flood. We had no choice.
What is up with these facial animations? These facial animations are so weird. Like, what is this face? Man, this was so peak. It was peak back in the day, but it's also like the way that they animated some of this shit, and also like the way that some of these voice lines are delivered is just, it's rough, dude.
And the Flood.
It is AI, it probably
We had
is.
no choice. Halo. It's finished.
Oh no! Now I hear the AI part. Like, listen to how she says Halo, and then how she says now it's finished. Listen very closely, okay?
Halo. It's finished.
One more time.
Halo. It's finished.
No. I think we're just getting started.
I guess like I'm in this position where like I don't know I don't know what the answer is, man. I guess like part of me is like these guys need to move on and just leave some of these games go. On the other hand, like I still want these games to be good because I want other generations of players to be able to enjoy some of the best gaming ever, right? I mean, I understand like gaming evolves and like what we constitute as great necessarily wouldn't be great today, but yeah. I don't know. And he removes the helmet. I'm pretty sure he did remove the helmet at in the last cutscene of Halo 1. You don't see his face, it's just at the very end. Is Marvel Tokon not any good? What is this?
Putting on a braid. Brace yourself. Round one.
At any time.
Just let me do it. No use. No use. Here. What? All right. Whatever hurts like hell. Had enough?
I don't understand. Unavailable in 100 countries? Damn. I didn't know that. I personally don't think the music fits, but it seems okay. It looks fine to me. I don't know, man. It looks all right. I have no idea. I don't play fighting games. I haven't played a fighting game, and I don't even fucking know how long, dude. It's been a long, long time. Long time. Arizona State University is now offering a degree in becoming an influencer. Students must build a social media account and prove that they can gain real followers to graduate. We're fucking cooked. We're cooked. Influencer is not a job, dude. This is not this is like I do it for work. I'm a dancing monkey. Okay? Monkey. For some odd reason I say that and like all I hear is like fucking Frieza. Yeah, I'm a dancing monkey. I you're not anybody of import. You're not actually influencing anything. You're not doing anything. You're just I'm just a dude that talks into a camera and comes up with ideas every single week to talk about stuff. You know what I mean? Like I'm here just like I feel like I'm just entertaining a bunch of friends. That's it. I just feel like I'm entertaining a bunch of friends. Like, oh shit, what am I going to plan for me and my friends to do next week? And then it's talk shit about something else. That's usually what it comes down to. So it's weird as hell that like And also at the exact same time, if you're talking about like the creator economy in general, like, I mean, what do you think you're doing by like trying to flood the market with a bunch of like, you're going to have even more people that are going to like, wait a minute, are you actually going to get kids that are going to get loans for this? Even though like the vast majority of them are not interesting enough? Merc Doctor, you're already registered, aren't you? Wait, are you talking about for... Are you talking about for Marvel or are you talking about for this? I ain't fucking... I didn't go to school for this. I went to school for business. I went for school for business analysis. What do I do now? Business analysis. $200,000 in student loans? Yeah. And the most you're going to come out with it is like probably a completely destroyed career, like a completely like destroyed private life. That's why you're fucking amazing. You're just a fucking bro. Well, I mean, like, I guess, I don't know. I don't really put that much thought into it, to be honest with you. I have like zero ego over this shit, dude. I'm going to be real with you guys. I don't have any. I count my lucky stars every single day. I get to continue to do this and this be my living. Like, I don't know, man. I think people look into this stuff too deeply. I think they really do. I also think that they overvalue it. Like, they think it's like way better than it actually is. And like, it can be really nice. Don't get me wrong. But at the exact same time, it could also be like stressful as fuck. Go back to school and become a real influencer. True. I have to go and have some fucking dude at a college teach me how to influence properly. I came from Asmongold's channel. We watch your videos all the time. Yeah, I know. I for some odd reason have the knack of turning on Asmongold's channel just about every single time he's about to watch a video of mine. I don't know how I do it, but in most cases, I opened it up and he's just like, here he is talking about me. I was like, oh, hey, shit, it's my voice. Actually, really funny story. So I had we have like a family reunion thing that we do like every single year. And last weekend I was at it and my brother was talking to me and he's like, dude, the craziest thing happened the other week. I'm like, yeah, what's that? And he's like, so he's like, I was watching this dude that I always watch. And he talks about all kinds of shit or whatever, you know, but like politics or, you know, whatever else and whatnot. And like, I'm watching him like in the background, like I always do. And I'm watching and I'm playing fucking whatever game on his couch. And he's like, and then all of a sudden I heard your voice. And I'm like, you did? He's like, yeah. And I turned over and this guy's like reviewing your video. And I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, is it Asmongold? And he's like, yeah, like long hair. I'm like, yeah. I mean, he's trying to hide the fact he doesn't have much, but yeah, it's long. And he's like, I didn't even know you did that shit. I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I don't really tell anybody about it. He's like, I was like, what the fuck? Why is my brother on the screen? I don't know. I don't know. Thanks for unpausing. Yeah, exactly. Family be the last ones to find out. I mean, like some of them know. Like I tell some people about it. It's just not really that big of a deal, I guess. I don't fucking know, man. I don't think of it being any more than what it is. God of War Lawfare launches on February 16th, 2027. This is when history will be made. I definitely won't be able to finish GTA by then, so hard pass. The thing is that like good for Sony because they're going to be releasing this only on their platform and nobody will actually be able to know how successful or not successful it is until eventual layoffs. Notice that's how this goes every single time. Every single time. Flop incoming? We'll never even be able to know. What are you talking about? PSN is down, but services are up. Ubisoft CEO bullish on dropping discs. It will not disturb too much the industry. What are you, fucking Yoda? It will not disturb too much the industry. Shut the fuck up, bro. How about you fix your how's your company doing? How you doing? I haven't looked at your stock in a real long time. Let's see. Well, Ubisoft stock. How's your stock been? Out of curiosity, when I made my downfall video about Ubisoft, what was their stock price at? Holy shit. Holy shit. What? So when I made this video a year ago, I mean 2 years ago almost, their stock was at, they were 83% down in the past 5 years. Today, 92%. So if I do 5 year, yeah, 92%. It actually somehow got worse. I understand that this is just one of their stocks. It's the 1/5 Ord shares, but still, like, it's still indicative of all their stocks across the board. Same percentage across the board. It's sometimes you gotta sometimes, man, you just gotta let them know. Sometimes you just gotta let them know. I'm just gonna say, if anybody's gonna be acting bullish or anything like that, or think that the industry is headed in the right or wrong direction, I'm just gonna probably say that the person they should not be listening to, no, not you. Nobody should be listening to your fucking ass. What are you talking about? Like you have any insight, like you have any ability, like you have any idea what you're talking about. Must have been the wind. No shit. Truth hurts. True. What a fucking loser. What a fucking loser. Was this careful? Oh, yeah. Careful marathon fanboys might say you have zero idea what the fuck you're talking about. At this point, I think I can handle 3 people. It is really funny to see, like, some of the shit that people will say in here that'll be like, oh my God. Stop talking about. It's actually funny when you see a bunch of people that are like crying and defending the game. It's like, brother, how about you get off of fucking Twitter and you go and actually like play the game instead? That'd probably be the better thing to do. You sitting on Twitter talking about it sure isn't bringing the player numbers up. I'll tell you that right now. I don't think there's anything else. I think we basically hit everything else. Ubisoft, but no, everybody's like everybody's taking swings at Ubisoft. Saudi Arabia's takeover of EA gets approval from the European Commission. It still has to get approved by the US, and they might have a hard time with that. But the US actually has like a pretty good relationship with Saudi. I shouldn't say the US. I should say our politicians have a really good relationship with Saudi Arabia. It's the takeover is probably going to happen. Yeah, the takeover is going to go through. It's gonna end up happening. I mean, they might try to block it. I don't know. They've been investing like crazy in the U.S. Yeah, well, that's because most of their entire like the problem is that like for Saudi, like I did like this is years ago, right? But like this is kind of like an off-subject topic, I guess, that I can like discuss for like a few moments. I'm gonna bring up Palworld. I'm gonna play Palworld while I talk about this. So for like the entire like Saudi deal and stuff, like the one thing that I think is like really important to bring up in the context of this is that like Saudi's economy is like actually like while very strong because they invested like they have a lot of oil and they invested in oil and a lot of deals that these guys have done over the years that have resulted in them making a shitload of money and doing really well for themselves and shit. One of the things that I will say is that like the reason that they're getting so like aggressive into investing into as much stuff as they possibly can is because like powered cars, electric cars have been taking off. And obviously that looks like it's probably going to end up being the future. Maybe it's not now, but it's going to be later. Right. And as things go on, like, you know, there's going to be less they're seeing pretty much across the board, less dependency on oil. And it should be like that at one point. We should have less dependency on fossil fuels. You know, that's just the nature of like how shit goes, I guess. I don't really know a better way to say it, but that's been going on for years, right? So like at one point in time, you have to diversify your economy in some way. And when in Saudi Arabia, they don't really have a lot of other things for them to be able to fall back on because they don't have strong agriculture out there. They don't have a lot of stuff that like a lot of other countries have that they're able to fall back on. And get this on borderless. There we go. They don't have a lot of stuff to be able to hold back or fall back on. And because of that, they have to find other ways to be able to invest their money. And the one way that they figured out is probably the best way for them to invest has been into entertainment. So, if you guys have been paying attention, nearly all of the money from Saudi... There we go. Nearly all of the money from Saudi has been going into entertainment. Right? WWE, the UFC, F1 racing, esports, video game companies, all that stuff. Because entertainment's never going to go anywhere. Golf, right? They have their own golf league as well that they had started. You look across the board, it's basically like it's a smart play on their end. Like they don't really have a lot of other things to be able to. They did a big AI investment into recently as well. They have stuff like that. Obviously, they're kind of bouncing all over the place. It just depends on like, I guess like what fucking menacing eating too goddamn much food. All right, bro, you're going in the box. I need another one. Yeah, this is fine. You can be out here. Upsetting on a short break, huh? Upsetting on a short break, huh? Really? 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 Interesting. Interesting. I have a way to fix that. I have a way to fix that. All you gotta do is this. Look, now you're all fine. People are pals too. Bro, that base is embarrassing, man. Shut the fuck up. That was me, not you. Shut up. I know my base. I haven't put any effort into my base, which is actually not normal because if you guys saw my fucking save files in other games, you would see how fucking like insane I get with base building. But in this game, I'm like, nah, dude, I'm just throwing shit together right now. I'll eventually build like a good base somewhere. I just haven't picked a space for me to be able to do so. Where's Mewtwo? Dead. I killed it. So and the other thing, I guess I should probably bring this up as well, because it's part of that kind of conversation of like Saudi investing into these companies and whatnot like that, is that like I don't really know if it's going to like I don't really like, I guess I'm not on the same page as everybody else when it comes to like the kind of influence that they're going to exert and like what the extent of that influence is going to be, and I guess like what they're going to try to do within video games. I don't think it's going to be a cultural thing, because I don't think that they see a lot of money in culture, like in trying to replace. Or I think they are money focused, and I don't think that they're worried about trying to. I don't think they're worried about trying to influence culture as much as they are trying to gather wealth. So when I look at like them getting involved with EA, do I think that they're going to put like every, female in EA games into a burqa? No, I don't think that's going to be the case. Do I think that they're going to allow these companies to continue to push a lot of their, are you going to see as much progressive values in these games? Probably not. Probably not. They are 100% going to take issue with like LGBT stuff. They're going to absolutely cut back on a lot of that stuff because they're just not going to be down with that at all. And I actually don't, and the funny thing is that I don't even think it's from like a position of like them being like culturally against it. Well, like I feel like it'll be like a motivating factor. I actually think it's just going to come down to like a financial thing more than anything else. I've never turned in any of these bounty tokens, and I've been killing these dudes this entire time I've been playing this game. I should go over to that one. Isn't there one of these over there? Kind of. I guess I can just travel to my base. That's probably for the best, even if they aren't agreeable. Yeah. Why burn money with a bad idea, basically? I think that's really what it's going to be. Like, they're going to, like, genuinely look into the idea of, like, whether or not something is making money for them or whether something's not making money for them. I think that, like, a lot of people in games media have kind of overblown what the impact is going to be of this, like, Saudi deal. I don't think it's going to be nearly as, like, outsized as some of these guys are making it to be. I don't think it's going to be as like destructive or as wide sweeping, personally. And I say that because like I understand there's going to be some people who get upset about it because they're going to be like, "Oh, well, what about the like, it's not like, they've killed, like, the Saudis have killed American journalists. They've had, there's like some involvement in 9/11. There's like a bunch of shit in there, right? That like, I fully understand like why people are just like not down to clown with these fools for sure, right? But also at the same time, that was a long fucking time ago with some of that shit. Things change. Things always do. I don't know, man. Search for the client's katana. Oh, it's it right here. Israel killed hundreds of journalists. Yeah, and we're nuts and butts with those guys, huh? I don't know. I'm kind of a fucking isolationist when it comes to it. Like, it's not even isolationist. I don't like any of this shit that my fucking country does anymore, man. I like some of it I do, some of it I don't. I just go back and forth on so much shit. I just think the country's fucking sold out. That I think the whole country's sold out to corporations and has been for decades. They've been selling all of our fucking basically selling our lives away to these guys. Our lives, our freedom, our fucking privacy, anything they can get their hands on, they just hand it on over. What up, dawg? What up, dawg? What you got? You got money? Oh, you just another fucking quest that I'm never gonna do. I will do the quest. Relaxosaurus. Messy politics, sadly. Yeah, it's to say the least. USA is on its way out. I do not fucking think so. I do not fucking think so. Who's on their way up then? Unless your answer is China, then maybe I'd have a conversation about it. Then I'd be like, yeah, okay, you know what, you guys got a point. But still, even probably not. Still probably not. America can be the worst, but it can't be the best. Or America may not be the best, but it can't be the worst. The same in the EU. Yeah, EU has their own thing. Yeah, USA goes out, the world goes out too. No fucking shit. Like, yeah. As much as everybody hates the world police, when the hall monitor's gone, you know, when the when the cat's away, the mice will play, and the mice are not all that friendly around here. Oh, am I in a boss fight? Oh, shit. I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I'm strong enough. I should be. Oh, shit. Dragon Meteor! Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. What are you doing over here? Fuck off. Why is there so many of you guys? Let me get... Jet Dragon! No, Jet Dragon! I have no idea what was going on there. I was attacked by so many people at once. There were so many spells going off. America's largest export is its culture. When that changes, the world turns into crap. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, man. I don't really have, like... I'll probably be long dead. I'll probably be long dead before fucking anything ever goes to shit. Hopefully. Hello. Excuse me? Is this the dating sim part? Where you are my girlfriend? No? You're mad that I'm here? You don't want to be my girlfriend? Holy shit, that hurt a lot. Jet Dragon. Holy shit. Holy shit. Ow. Will you stop it? Okay, I was not prepared for this fight at all, apparently. Holy shit. Okay. That hurt. I should be able to win this, maybe? I don't know. If they do that beam thing to me again, I'm fucked. Like that. Shit. Oh, he's way too low level. He's gonna get filtered. I just poisoned myself. There you go. Jet Dragon's getting in there. Don't die. Don't die. I got you, boy. No! No! We got this. We got this. Just gotta be careful. Oh, shit. Oh, damn, that was spicy. Holy shit. I got scared there. Girl? Girl? You fix yourself. Girl, you're exposing yourself to the world. I did this last night with Terror Prism, and I melted that boss in about a minute. How do I get the Terror Prism sword? Do I have to go to the Terraria Island for that? Yeah, I need to do the Terraria Island. Where's the Terraria Island? Oh, I'm going to go do this boss over here first. Where's it at? On that direction. Nobody saw, anybody see Johnny Depp's new movie trailer? It's amazing. No, I haven't seen that. Terraria dungeon, farm it. Farm it. The swords in it are crazy good. Below the volcano, south of the volcano. Okay, we'll go there after this. I'll do this boss over here so I complete this area. Yeah, it's over here. Oh, it's just like a Wixen or what? Oh, no, it's a Menacing? Menacing Terra. Oh, missed. Oh, I did get it with the first one. I don't want to use an ancient sphere. Fuck. Stay in there. Yeah, you good. Oh, except for you killed my flying mount, you fuck. Well, I guess I'll go over here and get this. I don't have a ground mount. I miss having my spider on me. This sucks. Oh, I'm not fighting that. I guess I probably could. Give me your soul. Nice. Can't wait for the new. What is the new movie? Like you're saying, I can't wait for the new movie. What is it about? Lift monk. Christmas Carol? Oh, really? I'm sure people are going to be completely normal about him being in a movie, right? Right? Oh, he plays Ebenezer Scrooge? Oh, okay. Report to the client. Oh, I shouldn't do this. I don't have a fucking mount. Use Jet Dragon as a ground mount? I don't think that I can. No, I can't mount it. I don't have a whatever it is. I can't make the harness for him until I'm level 70, so I still need 8 more levels before that. Or level 79, whatever. Where's the next one? Oh, it's over here. On the scorched place. So is this the Terraria Island here? Oh, it is. Sealed Realm of Terraria. Okay. I need to catch some of those. Ragnarok is probably your fastest at the moment. Is it? Yeah. I don't know if I have any Ragnarok. I think I do. Probably. Probably do. Honestly, just check my technology tree. Oh, I can make a Frostallion saddle. Oh, no, I can't, because I need Corallium ingots. I don't even know what the fuck that even is. Crude oil and ore to make electric furnace. Okay. Or Hell Zephyr Lux, maybe, would be my fastest flying mount. Breed a Shadow Beak? How do I breed a Shadow Beak? It's fish ore? Oh, it comes from the magnet fishing. How do I get the magnet fish? I don't even fucking know about that. Hexiolite. I can't even make that. Sanctuary 3 has Shadowbeak. Where is Sanctuary 3? I've done these two, or these three. I'm gonna go unlock the... Oh, no, I need a flying mount first. Homie, I'd crush you in Gwent. Yeah, I suck at Gwent. Good luck refining it, though. Northeast, where you got knocked. Top right. So it's like over here? Because it's not this one. Or this. This one right here is the one that you get Shadowbeak? It's just rare. Does it, like, spawn instead of Frostallion? Oh, are you talking about in the middle? It spawns here in this water right here in the middle? It's a rare spawn. Oh. Oh, in the little lakes. Okay. Do I have anything else with flying that can get me out there that's not gonna, like, completely fucking suck? I don't think so. I need to make PAL spheres and shit anyway. And ammo, actually, for that matter. You beat the boss, right? So Shadowbeak should show up in your Palpedia? Oh, yeah. Fuck, you're right. But you can't search by name. I actually think that's, like, kind of fucking weak. It's dark, right? Oh, I see. Yeah, sure enough, it shows it right there. Okay. I need to, like, actually condense my pals. So I probably, it's 81. Yeah, sure, why not? You guys go make my fucking bullets. Who's upset and not willing to do tasks? Excuse me? Excuse me? I don't think so. Get your ass back to fucking work. Working a little slow. Whatever. What else do I need to do? We got ammo, so we're doing that. So that's chilling. We got PAL balls. What is this? Oh, generate electricity. I'm not going to give that to anybody just yet. I think it's better to hold on to that for a little bit. So I can find somebody worthy of giving that to. I have to clear out a bunch of this inventory at one point. One day. Maybe. Which watch would you say is the hardest and where the winds meet? I've died like 200 times to the lone tyrant. He seems insane. Isn't that the dude in the dream place? Or whatever it is, like the cloud dream area? I can't... that dude fucking busted my ass so much. It's so crazy. I haven't played Where the Winds Meet in a long time. Those guys have been actually hitting me up recently because they wanted to like do a collaboration or they wanted to do like a sponsored video. I just haven't had... I feel bad because I'm like, dude, like your game takes a lot of fucking time for me to be able to do anything with. Like I haven't played it in so long. It requires so many, like it requires like hundreds of hours for me to be able to like even try to pretend like I'm up to date in that game. Yeah, the Palace Dream area. I need to level up some more. Yeah, I at one point in time I'm gonna go back and play some more of that game because I had a lot of fun playing it. I think it's really good. It's just, you know, there's a lot of shit that's going on. There's new content that released. Yeah, I saw recently they did a big update. That's why they've probably been trying to hit me up, ask me to come play it or something like that. Okay, I think we're good. But we need somebody to fly. But I also just sent out a shitload of my guys that would have been able to fly. I guess I could take a Ragnahawk just as a flying mount, which is fine. Oh, I just have to make it. Do I not? Or do I not have the points? Yeah, I just don't have the points for it, it looks like. Yeah, it needs 3 tech points. That's fine. We can just go get a tower real quick. Wait, is it tower? There's one right here. Your pals revive faster than 10 minutes if you assign them to the base and then rest them in a pal bed. Oh, fuck. I forgot all about that. Yeah, you're right. Beacon is about the same if you have his saddle. I actually do have Beacon saddle already. Yeah, I probably could have just used a Beacon, but whatever. It is what it is. Fuck, by the time I do this, my fucking Astagon's gonna be ready to go again anyway. Either way, I have to wait for bullets. You know what? My big criticism for this game, and the one thing that I think that they could change, is they should have some more background music. I think the one thing that probably makes the game feel a little bit lonely and a little like, I don't know, a little lonely and a little, it's just the silence. It's like the weird, awkward silence from like literally nothing going on, and, or like you're just running around you're like running from place to place, and there's just like no sound. I like how somebody else just like popped in and they're like, Suzaku's actually way faster. Fuck. Well, shit. Too late. So grinding some of this shit or whatever. Actually, let's see here. What is it? Yeah, okay. Kindling. Yeah. Do you think the PSN outage was devised by hackers to embarrass Sony? No, probably not. No. Sony's network has always had a bunch of issues, whether it's hackers or something else entirely. Don't you do handiwork? No. Oh, it's a Stagon that does. I like the silence, but they need to tone down some of the PAL cries at the very least so they can vary. Maybe. Sony doesn't need any help in that department. No, I don't think at all. If you leave the wrong port open, somebody's getting in. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, how many times do they like leak people's like credit card information, emails, personal information, all kinds of shit like that? Ubisoft is also really bad with that. I get constant, and I mean constant, like emails from Ubisoft that are like, your account has been compromised. Your account has been compromised. Like, motherfucker, you guys are the ones compromising my account. I feel like summoning a big pal in your base should break it. Why? All right, let her free roam, and then we'll go ahead and go do this real quick. Let's see if we can find a Shadow Beak. How'd your move go? It went really well. It was It's tiresome. I mean, even still, I'm having like a little bit of like problems like reacclimating, right? Like life has changed quite a lot since I've moved. Things are different. Just the speed of life has changed. And then plus on top of that, just like the amount of stuff that like, there's a lot more stuff for me to do now. And there's like friends that are around now and family around. So I'm like, I'm not isolated like I was before. So like from a social aspect, it's really nice. But also like moving and then like trying to like get furniture and stuff is, you know, takes a lot of time, and making a home into a house or a house into a home takes some time as well. So it's kind of taking me like a little bit of time to like kind of like get back into the swing of things. I'm happy like the videos and stuff have been doing really well. I was like a little bit worried that I was gonna like get here and like be in kind of like a weird funk or anything like that. Do you have kids yet too? That'll take up time. No, I don't have any kids yet. No. In the future, maybe, but it's more like more or less I've just kind of been like trying to find the right amount of stability and stuff like that before I take that kind of leap. Fuck. I hate these motherfucking drones, dog. I hate these motherfucking drones, dog. It's just going to be in these like little things here as a rare spawn. Not in the big one though, just in these small ones. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Inside the dome? The main one? Are you talking about the boss? I already fought the boss. We're looking for the Shadow Beak. Drones have a set path. There are safe ones. Hang out. I feel like it's kind of boring as fuck for me to just sit here and try to do this. All I'm seeing is like the same repeated pals anyway. You might need to leave the render range a couple times. Oh, that seems fucking annoying. I'll do it once. No, I'm not going to do it once. I'm going to do it none. I'll do this on my own time. Doing this right now with a bunch of people, just kind of, I don't know. We'll go do the Terraria Island because that'll be interesting. At least for me, it'll be interesting. How far away do you have to fly away? Is this far enough? Plus, it's like a rare spawn, so like... Oh, I guess it did reset because that menace thing wasn't here before. There's a Knocklem. I'll take that motherfucker, though. Uh-oh. Stay away. Should be turning around, right? Or you just fucking nuked his ass. Okay, that's fine too, I guess. Good job, Frostallion. Fucking asshole. Fangalope. Nobody give a fuck about no Fangalope. Don't you mind this? Okay, we're getting the fuck out of here. I'll go to the fucking Terraria Island. How I deal with nature reserves is I found a spawn point near the giant water's edge, and then I glide in to make them spawn, and then ran away to make them despawn if I see nothing. Yeah. Pokemon could never. Yeah. High-end, but oh, for high-end accessories? Oh. To put things into perspective, it's rare enough that I finished the game without ever catching a shadow beak. Oh, well then why the fuck am I over here? I mean, it would have been cool if I rolled up and it was already there and I just caught it the first time, but yeah. One could only imagine how much Nintendo loads this game. Honestly, probably quite a lot, because where like I think some people probably have taken the perspective of like, oh well, you know, Nintendo probably doesn't care. And I'm like, well, one, they'd cared enough to sue these guys, so that's definitely part of it. But the thing is that like for any company, the one thing that ends up being like probably the biggest thorn in their side when it comes to having competition like this or games like this that release is that like there's like multiple layers of comparisons that they just don't want to deal with. One, you have the problem of there's a really good chance that some mom of some kid is probably going to see, like, you know, they're going to see footage of this game and they're going to confuse this game with Pokemon, and then they're going to not listen to their kid when their kid says it's not the same game and this isn't the game this isn't Pokemon, it's a different game, blah 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 blah. And they're probably just not going to listen to them because they're like, but I see it. This is fucking Pokemon. You're trying to lie to me, kid. You're trying to get me to buy you this game with guns and slavery and stuff like that. I'm not going to do that. Absolutely not. And then the other comparison that's unflattering is also just the comparison of like actual game to game, right? Well, like, yes, are they completely different games? 100 fucking %. Yeah. They are different games. They're completely different games. But there is a lot of flexibility and a lot of there's a lot of flexibility, and there's also just a lot of like general gameplay like comparisons that you could still make between the two games, where like it is a superior game to Pokemon in a lot of ways. I mean, like, even just the interactivity, I even take that back, like even just the act of like catching creatures in this game ends up being more satisfying. Not only just because of like the player involvement, but also because of something as simple as like also something as simple as this. What is this now? Enter dungeon ? Also something as simple as just like being able to like pick up a Fox Sparks and God damn it. God damn it. Every time. But like also the sorry, I got distracted by the Terraria music. Also just like the general comparison of like being able to like pick up a creature and interact with it like on a fundamental gameplay level of like picking up a Fox Sparks and using it as a flamethrower, or putting a fucking Panguette or whatever the fuck it's called into a like rocket launcher and firing them at an enemy. Like stuff like that is just like, while like you're not going to try to do the exact same thing in a game like Pokemon, still having that kind of level of interactivity is really interesting, and just not something that, you know, they've probably ever even thought of in Pokemon outside of like using a creature as a mount or having it cut a bush for you or something, right? Bro, when is Relogic gonna make another fucking game? I want Terraria 2 already. And I'm afraid that they're just gonna continue to update Terraria, which is cool, and I like Terraria, but I kinda want them to cook. Like, I'm glad they're making snacks, but like, I'm hungry for dinner. You know what I mean? Do I not need to catch 5 of these? I guess I don't. Oh, fuck. This is like multi-paths. Am I looking for anything specific here? Or is it just find my way to the dungeon boss? They keep making the last patch again and again and again. I know, like the Terraria's last patch. I mean, what was the last one? Bigger and bolder. I mean, I appreciate it. I mean, it's insane value for the people that have been like, it's insane value for the people that have been supporting that game for years, and for like people that have like always been like, I don't know, for the people that have always been playing Terraria. I get it. I mean, it's one of my favorite. Probably my it might be actually my favorite game of all time. Oh my fucking god, really? Mushroom caves. Cute. What were you talking about, LD, again? I don't fucking remember. I got distracted. There are gold walls that you can mine through and get hollowed ingots needed for crafting the Terra Blade. Gold walls? Did I pass one? Ow. Jet Dragon. Go, Jet Dragon. Break those pots and they drop hollow bars as well. Oh. Sure enough. How many do you need? Probably quite a lot. The cheapest sword I think was 400. The most expensive was 200. Oh, okay. Bro, this is making me want to play Terraria. That's not good. That is not good. Not good at all. Because I will 100% go play Terraria. I don't remember what my last playthrough was. By seeing shit, is there only 6 likes? I don't fucking know. Pay attention to that shit. YouTube streaming and like YouTube videos are like two very different things. Two very, very different things. The hearts are a funny touch. I'm still in my first playthrough of Terraria. The music does make you want to load it up. It does. Game is a fucking vibe, dude. That game is like one of the few games that I will completely like disassociate and lose track of time and have no idea what the fuck is going on. I'd be like, what the fuck? All I was trying to do was a couple of things, and I like look up and like hours have gone by, and I'm like, holy shit. Okay, well, fuck. Want to play the PoE mod for Terraria, but something always comes up when I get free time? PoE. Path of Exile? There's a Path of Exile mod for Terraria? What the fuck? Getting them boars. Oh, go this way. With skill trees and endgame mapping. What the fuck? What? Is it actually any good? Oh fuck, this is where I started. Never felt that way with Terraria. Definitely with Factorio and Final Fantasy 11, though. I probably have like I have probably a couple, like at least I have over 1,000. I know that I have over 1,000 hours in Terraria and modded Terraria, which is a lot for me. No idea, but it looks fun. Modded Terraria is insane. Modded Terraria is like the GOAT. Breeding Dumud guilds is a good way to farm gold. What do I want gold for? I'd imagine there's a purpose. Hollowed headgear. Me looking at the screen, hearing Terraria music and being so confused. Yeah, there's a Terraria level in Palworld. As I'm farming hollowed bars. Excalibur. Wow. Is there not a route that I took? I might have to reset it because I don't remember which routes I took. I came from that way. Is the boss not down here? Wait, what the fuck? Okay, we went this way already. We did not go this way because there's jars. Gotten lost in this dungeon a few times too. There is a boss down there. We have to navigate it. Okay. This is probably the way then. It's not the way. God fucking damn it. I don't know where to go. I guess down this way again? Here we go. Here we go. There's a gold wall over there. I see that. Giant slimes. Hollowed swords? Really? That's funny. Or enchanted swords. I love this kind of nostalgic, ethereal, retro game music. Such a vibe. That's why fucking going back and playing Terraria is so good. Especially playing like modded Terraria where like people have like made their own remixes of all kinds of different songs and shit by now. So good, dude. So fucking good. Okay, so it's not this way. Swords are good for farming pals, yeah. Well, somebody else already gave the best advice, which is just wait until it look for the music to change. And I was like, oh yeah, it makes sense. You're trying to like progress through the you're trying to progress through each floor or whatever, right? I guess I should be lore accurate right now. Oh, those other pals killed the slimes. Why is that Shords shooting 9 cats? Because it's fucking Meowmere. Stay in the ball. Oh, see, you fucked up. You would have stayed in the ball. You wouldn't be getting that business from Frostallion. You fucked up. Have you tried the Infernal Eclipse Ragnarok Terraria mod pack? I've heard of that, but no, I have not. Most of my time went into Calamity. Like multiple times, like Calamity had like more and more work done to it. Okay, this is the boss room. So I need my Ragnarok back so I can go get that other area real quick. Fuck off. Nobody cares about you. Calamity is great. Calamity is fucking fantastic. Calamity's soundtrack is where it's really good, though. Booby trap is funny. Oh, no. Right, that was this. Really easy to get turned around here. Holy shit. Hello. Easy. Fresho, thank you, bro. Thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate that. Did you get Sekhmet? Yeah, I have a few of them. One move and 90% of the health bar gone? Yeah, I know. What's over here? Palumba. What the fuck? Oh, it's just a random island, but like the Terraria thing's like the main dungeon. So did I just not get the schematic? How do I get the schematic for the Terra Prisma? Is it just a random drop? Is that what it is? You should fight the Moonlord raid with the blueprint you just got. Fun fight and good rewards. Just a drop chance from the just keep farming the dungeon. You have to farm it. The rarity is also random. Oh, do you only get it out of chests? So you basically have to like chest run the dungeon. Any chest can drop it, but most likely from the last 2 chests. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll probably do that a different night then. But I'm actually I'm pretty gassed out, ladies and gents. I'm tired. I've had a long week, man. So I'm gonna call it there. We had a good stream, ending a little earlier than normal. We're only doing about 6 hours a day, trying to keep it a little bit on the lighter side. And then you know, we'll be back at it and all that stuff. I guess there's a Moonlord raid. That's fucking cool. What up, LD in chat? Hope stream has been good. About to go back to watch it from the start and play Palworld myself. Have a good night. Yeah. Stream's about to come to an end, so you'll be able to watch it all back and, you know, chill from there. But thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for the super chats and donations and the memberships and the fucking subs and everything else and all of your generosity and everything that you guys say and all the kind words and everything like that. I appreciate all the support. I appreciate all the help that you guys give to me, and I appreciate you guys watching, man. I hope that you guys have a fantastic rest of your weekend, rest of your evening or morning or afternoon, and I will catch you guys next week. I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to have a video on Tuesday yet or not. I might not have one on Tuesday, but I will have one next week regardless. So it'll be either Tuesday or Friday. Maybe there ends up being 2. Maybe there only ends up being 1. Just kind of depends on how I'm feeling and what else I actually have to talk about. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. I'll catch you guys later.